Good evening, everyone. Welcome, Dadman Walking 55 here. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just coming in, having some fun tonight, and just trying to figure out what I'm doing because I'm half asleep tonight. But hey, thank you for being here. Appreciate you being here. And those that will be coming in soon. Anyway, got some things here. Doing some a little different tonight with a little bit of chill chatting in here. Going to play a little bit of a different game that we got now. Uh, Probably we'll get some Fortnite in later tonight. So, because I see the guy himself out there, the great, stunning, and brave Megatron. Good evening. Good to see you, stunning. Oi, the standard uh, Decepticon greeting. So, but good to see you tonight. So, looking for some. Who knows what tonight will be? We may do Fortnite. We may do a lot of Fortnite later. We may not do any Fortnite. We may do. I don't know whether the hell we decide we're going to do. Tonight is a great night. We did not get affected by the storm in the least bit, which was wonderful. Prayers and thoughts for the people out there in other areas in the state of Florida that really did get quite hammered quite hard in the last 24 hours. So prayers for them, thoughts for them, and a lot of for here it could have been worse. Fortunately, we were blessed it didn't, and we're just thankful for that. Mrs. is okay, Ang is fine, and we just are grateful for everything that we've got, and glad to still be here tonight and have fun with you guys. See where we go. Studying Sinnestorm our way. It's too hot here. Yeah, I tell you what, it was. Man, I that is crazy with the heat that you guys have had up there. I mean, at least if your fires are not there anymore, that's a good thing. But uh, you know, we speaking of hot though, stunning is tomorrow. Especially like 95 with high humidity. So tomorrow is going to really, really be baking because what happened so many times last night, it's what happens so many times after a tropical storm hurricane moves through, it pulls up all this heat and humidity from down south, and we if we're not hot enough already in August or September, we get a lot hotter after a storm passes. So 30 degrees last night. I guess that's in Celsius, correct? Yeah, you guys need to use the right measuring system. Let's see, Celsius to Fahrenheit. Let me see what that is. Because I tell you, one time we went up to Kentucky and they had a heat warning, and we were laughing like that's not hot. So so 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh wow, yeah. I can in some parts of the U.S. 86 is hot, but I will tell you 86 is hot here down here in January and February in the winter months. It's a hot day, but hey, in 86 degrees Fahrenheit to us in August, we'll take that any day of the week. Just got to live with the humidity. So, but hey, all right, we got 5 of you great people watching. Now make sure you follow us on the Twitch side, and you know, thank you for everybody. Subscribe, like on the YouTube side, share it out with people. Like I said, it's going to be kind of a play by ear night and see where we go with things for the night. We'll talk about whatever that comes up. Like any chill chat, we'll do. I have no topics. I have no agenda. Like I said, it's just more talking about things. If y'all have things out there that we can talk about, the Miss and I saw Jurassic Park again in the theater the other night. That was a nice experience. Seeing such a cool movie on the big screen again. So, but hey, without further ado, let me go ahead and bring this up just a little. Gonna play with my settings. Just trying to move my settings around here and figure out what levels are good here. So balancing it all out. So let's go ahead and let's get started with this game. Let me get it back to the. Let's see. There we go. It's a great old Ticket to Ride game. which I love to play this game. It's a good solo game. I actually enjoy this game much more than Fortnite when playing solos. So, but let's see how that goes. Let's see where it goes. Actually, that music's still too loud for me. I want just a little bit, but I want it very faint. There we go. All right, there we go. Yeah, Castle, I know you are, buddy. I just had to get a lot of the talking out of the way myself. Like our mutual friend. It's like I can't type as good as some people, but hey, good to see you. Enjoy that Dairy Queen though, man. That's what counts. Dairy Queen. Mine closed tonight though. They closed ahead of the storm since it was supposed to come this way. So they closed it, and of course now everybody's still closed, and it's fortunately going past this. Hmm. So, and it's too early to go to bed. I don't know about you, Castle, but these storm days, and if you're a Floridian, this may be something we talk about. But when you have the hurricanes and tropical storms happen and things shut down and this, that, and the other, do you find that you get tired so quickly and easily? It's just like you get drained, and it's like, well, I might as well go to sleep. And it's like, even if you still have power, it's like it becomes like a one big nap fest. So, oh, Castle laughing. I'm on my phone. I'll get off my button. Get back on PC soon. There you go. Uh, yeah, it makes heat. The heat does sap it out of you. Yeah, that's it, Castle. That's exactly it. Because even if you have AC and stuff, either the not sure what's coming, sounds, whatever keeps you up. You wait for what weather warnings could happen during the night, or like if you do lose power and it's hotter than Hades, then 2004, my friend, 2004, the state of Florida. My kids were like 4 and 2, and 4 and not yet 2. Man, that was a hell of a year. Week almost 5 days without power twice, and it's just insane. But hey, I digress, my friend. Like I said earlier, their prayers and thoughts out to everybody that's dealing with whatever now. And hopefully, if you're here, you have some laughs, have some entertainment with what we're about to do, and just let's have some spend an evening together, sit back, relax, and recover for it. So let's go ahead and get started. Let's fight these Marge lard asses people. Yeah, Marge Lobot and her cousin Marge large ass. So all right. Let's go ahead now. Let me stop that sharing. All right, shoot! I hit the wrong button. Damn it! All right, Dadman production right there, Castle. You didn't see that. There you go. Just a good exhausted. Yeah, Castle said, my parents didn't have power for 14 days during the '04 season during Charlie. Yep. It was Charlie, Gene, Francis. Ivan actually hit the panhandle. Ivan actually hit the panhandle, went through America, came back to the Atlantic, went through South Florida again, went over Sanibel Island, where we were driving. I was in Fort Myers for a class. We drove through the remnants of Ivan, and Mrs. like, were you about to hit that car ahead of me? And I said, Mrs., that car's tail lights are the only thing keeping me on this damn road. And fortunately, if he drove off in the ocean, we were gone too. But yeah, what a year. And hello, Lisa. Good to see you, Lisa. Good to see you as always. And Lisa, I sent you an invite if you had time to just come and hang out, but I know you're busy with a lot of things. So um, good to see you tonight. All right. So, hey, Ivan was yes, a crazy storm. It was the one that loved Florida so much it visited twice, the both ends of the state, the top end and the bottom end. So hey, go figure. It liked it so much it hit it twice, and then it ended up in Louisiana. So, because I think yesterday was 15 years since Katrina. So that's 20. That'd be 2008. Yeah, so it was before Christina. Yes. Love Sanibel and Fort Myers. I do too, Lisa. It was an awesome time. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see much of it because I was working during the day in a class, and Mrs. took the kids when they were real little, and they got to see the Naples Zoo. And we wanted to go out. I wanted to go see Sanibel Island, but we went out in the one day when I could with the window, and the storm from Ivan came through and really didn't get to see much. But it's right on the water. It's right on the water. Oh yeah, Lisa, a lot of golf in Fort Myers. I tell you, that would be a lovely place to play. Lovely place to play. I know, definitely. Hurricane Dick. Yes, yes, it should be. That's kind of what they've been like lately. So, all right. Well, let us get started. I guess. So, oh man. So we got a chill chat tonight. We're going to use this game as something to kind of have some fun with and kind of be a distraction, kind of help organize the conversation. So, uh, I got you, Lisa. I know you are. I know you are. Just having you in here listening in is an awesome thing. Glad you can do that. So you keep going at multitasking. I know you're a lot busy at it than I am. So, you know, but hey, glad to have you with us. So, all right, folks, we are playing Ticket to Ride as we talk about hurricanes and whatever else and things. Um, and then, of course, then at some point, Bust. I don't know. I was wondering if you're talking about Mega's avatar for a second, but I know you're busy. So, hey, all right. Thanks for giving me something to try to roll with on that one. All right, folks. So, hey, we got to complete these tickets to ride these trains from coast to coast or whatever. We want to get rid of all of our train cars as much as possible and go from there. So let's see where we're going into. The longer the route, the more the points. Let's see, New York to Dallas, LA to Miami, Seattle to Los Angeles. Let's see. Well, let's go with the two big point ones. See if we can do this. It's a challenge because if we don't complete the route, we lose those points off of our score at the end. So, but hey, it's all good, folks. All right, let's see. Ooh. Yeah, but you know what? She's good enough at doing it. She doesn't get caught. You know, probably guys like us, we're not as discreet. But oogling is a science, I will tell you. All right, so let us go. So I need red, green, black, New York, do so green. So let's go green because I need green on many levels. So all right. So we'll go. Hmm. Hmm. Need the yellow also. Oh no, that's yellow. Well, but see, the yellow could get me Pittsburgh to Dallas. So let's do some yellow here. Let's see what we can do with this. But how are you? How was y'all's days? Anything interesting going on for you guys? I mean, it's been pretty boring around here. It's been, uh, just getting through the hurricane stuff and all that here today. But I will tell you, we knew that things were. Mm, mm, hold on a second. I did not want to do that yet. I want to take a chance on something. I'm going to take a chance to see if I can. I don't play. Okay, good. All right. So I want to do this up here. I'm trying to save my greens. We knew things were good today when the Waffle House was open. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Behave. All right. Well, let's see where we go with this. Let's see. Green or well, let's go wild card again on this. So okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start building this route down here. Let's go ahead and get this before it gets taken. Yeah, looks like a lot of pressure building down this way, so we shall see what happens. Let's see. Go ahead and get there. Uh-oh. Yeah. Let's get the two there. I actually needed to take that green, but I want to get this route finished here before I get cut off. So let's do this. Let's work to complete this route. And yeah. I love this game because it's easier to talk with you guys than playing Fortnite and talking. So plus we can also stop and go on a tangent. But yeah, I don't know if you've heard with the Waffle Houses, if you know what Waffle Houses are, they definitely a good Southern institution, but they're throughout the country. But they've always the running joke with the Waffle House is you can tell how bad the hurricanes are going to be if the Waffle House is closed or if it's open. You know that when you see the Waffle Houses closing, that things are not looking good. And we ours was open. Ours has actually been closed before a long time ago during Irma was one of the storms where they did close, but Irma was one where we actually had some significant damage. Even at our house we did, and it was like, hey, of course it saved money. The missus wanted a back awning removed, and well, saved some money the way it happened. But it was kind of scary. Oh boy, where are we going now? Not really any colors I need. Well, I need that green one. Eh. This thing get when you do the wrong thing in this game, it's like the verbal morality air dryers in Demolition Man. You're fined 5 credits, John Spartan, for violation of the verbal morality code. Yeah. So anyway, let's see where we go. Gosh, where do we go with this shit? Oh, did I say that? Sorry. Crap. Why did I take that? Wait, oh, that was the second card. Okay, so it's my turn. All right, well, I'm going to lay down the green. All right, got a natural green. All right, there we go. Need to get some of the reds. Yeah. Let's take the black and ugh. Let's just get there. Hey, there's a red. All right. So we'll see where we go with that. Let's take that. Where are we going? Where are we going? Red, yellow, red, yellow, red, yellow. Ugh. Decisions. Oh God. Now I'm singing James Brown, "Living in America." Oh God, love that song. Love that. That's the best part of Rocky, whatever. But hey, God, come on, red. I need red. There you go. Folks, I guess nobody wants blue or yellow too much. Ugh, green. Got all the green I need. Well, I'm going to do. Crap. Cool. Now, folks, in case you're not familiar with this game, because I drew a wild card off the deck unseen, I can get my second draw. If I picked it when it was open, then I could only get that one card. Yeah. Yeah. So let's see what we do with this. So now, second card. Let's go. Hey, Shazam! Golly, golly, golly. Well, hey, this is what I need because. Sorry. Yeah, finish that route. Green Marge is kind of doing something. Okay, so now with the wild card, there we go there. Hello. Hello. So at this point with 15 train tracks, I'm not taking another card. I'm going to complete this sucker and be done with this route. Get my points. Oh, you might be doing another diorama stream this weekend. Awesome. Great to hear that. Yeah, I like this diorama. It's good work with it. I'm probably going to end up having to cut my mom's hedges this weekend at some point, hopefully early in the day, and then start watching football. But, these jackasses with football, I love my football, but I swear I hate them starting on friggin' Thursday nights and all. And now they are doing that this year because the Gators play tomorrow night at Utah. And I hate that. It's like college football is a game that should only be played on Saturdays. I used to like ESPN years ago in the 2000s. They started with Thursday night football, and it was kind of neat. You had one game on Thursday, but then slowly all these other conferences started playing on Thursday night. Now some play Tuesdays and Wednesdays later in the year, and it's just to me, college football should be Saturday and that's it. And they don't listen to me. But exactly. So, no, the Mount Rushmore. That is awesome. That is cool. That is definitely cool to see. All right. So let me see. I got to focus right here real quick. So 11, 10. Boy. Boy, 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 boy. Okay, let me do this because I'm trying to make the longest route now. I hated only dropping one there. Okay, we do there. I'm going to come back up here and drop a deuce. Figured stunning like if I said that. So all right. Mm, this. Now it's a matter of getting rid of your train cars. So I'm going to do this here. Trying to get rid of them as quickly as we can. Jack up our points as much as we can. Try to get deuces. See, there's a 3 there. Oh, come on, Marge Lard ass. You can't do that. No, come on. There you go. We got 2 there. So we got 3. Oh, blow it out your bunghole, Marge Lard ass. Oh, man. Wow. This is going to be interesting, though, folks. This could be 81-66. I'm at 73. Who has the. Oh, man. I mean, this could be interesting. Now, I've got to find a single spot because there is, if I draw cards, I'll just be stuck. See if I have a single one somewhere that's good. Let's try that spot right there. All right, we'll see where it goes. All right, here we go. Yay. All right. Yep. Oh, man. It's going. Ooh, this is going to get interesting. Oh, my gosh, folks. This is going to be interesting. Who comes down with this? Oh, man, they completed the third. Holy cow. This is. Wow. I beat the large ass sisters and cousins. I mean, damn, God, this is probably one of the closest games ever. Wow. I mean, in terms of all three. Wow. Wow. And that's why on this game you have to build for the longest train connection to get that bonus at the end. But hey, and if you have questions about the game, feel free to throw it in there. Love if you have other things you want to chat about. It's just a chill stream. I'm going to ramble away on some things, but if there's things that are topical, things that you want to talk about too, I'm in the mood for conversation and anything else that y'all might get coming up. Yeah, last night, Castle had mentioned somewhere else about having uh, what do you call it, the Dairy Queen tonight, and I was like, damn, And I noticed last night that Dairy Queen was. I just noticed last night for the first time in a while that I actually like their hamburgers. The quality of the meat was good. I like their hamburgers better than McDonald's. I've always liked the onion rings, which is kind of cool. To have a place that actually serves real onion rings. Um, so, but hey, excuse me 1 second. All right, here we go. All right, another game we got here. But yeah, the Dairy Queen is awesome. Ours closed tonight because of the storm. They thought it would still be here and we'd be dealing with stuff, but we unfortunately haven't. It's moved on and now they're closed. So we got our desserts last night. We got our Dairy Queen peanut butter parfait last night, which is my favorite. And if you have a favorite Dairy Queen dessert, feel free to share. I mean, what do you get when you go to Dairy Queen? Do you get the peanut butter parfait? Do you get just a hot fudge sundae? What do you do? And make sure you hit that like button out there, share, subscribe, all that stuff. Glad to have y'all hanging out. You know, see the old veteran crowd here tonight. Please appreciate y'all being here with me and everything else that y'all have done and been through the ringers with. So, oh man, I don't. Like I said earlier, it was. I was not. I don't know. It was either that or fall asleep. And I'm sorry. It's 7. I took a nap earlier, woke up quickly, and it's just like I can't go to sleep this late. Otherwise, I'd never get back to sleep. Oreo Kit Kat Blizzard. Ooh. Oh wow. I do like the Oreo. I like the Oreos. When I get the Blizzards, I will get the Oreo. But Kit Kat, I haven't tried that one yet. But I do like that. I do get that Oreo McFlurries. So the difference is, I don't get the Blizzards at Dairy Queen only because I know they gotta be good because I love the peanut butter parfait so much, or a hot fudge sundae, just regular ice cream. So, by the way, I've got to share some pictures from mine and Aang's trip last weekend. We our hotel had they put in a new ice cream soda fountain type thing. Oh my gosh, it's a retro type hotel anyway. The desserts were killer. I mean, I thought the pig's dinner was a lot. I had a banana split that I could not finish, and they actually added chocolate pudding into it at the bottom of it. A banana split that actually even had chocolate pudding in it. I did not understand it, but it worked. It was bizarrely good. So, and Lisa said soft serve kid size chocolate cone. Oh, is that the chocolate? Okay, is that the chocolate ice cream or is that the vanilla ice cream that's dipped in a chocolate shell? Because years ago, real Dairy Queen is like the. See, Stunning brings up Wendy's Frosties are really good too. See, I'm kind of the same way with both Frosties and Dairy Queen ice cream. To me, Dairy Queen should only have one type of ice cream, vanilla. Period. They added chocolate at some point over the years. As a kid, I kind of wanted chocolate, but I grew to be snobbish and like Dairy Queen ice cream should be vanilla. If you want the chocolate, you get the shell because everything's vanilla. Wendy's, I'm like, and when somebody says, "Do you want vanilla or chocolate to Frosty?" I said, "I want a Frosty," which is only chocolate. I mean, growing up, if you went to Dairy Queen, you got vanilla ice cream, and Wendy's, you went there, you get a Frosty, you got uh chocolate a chocolate Frosty. Uh I do my fries ice cream. Mrs. I think will do that at times too. And oh, no dipping. All right. So you want the real chocolate from Dairy Queen. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. All right. Well, next, if we ever meet, I will have to take you out for a Dairy Queen and I'll buy you chocolate ice cream. That's okay. And I'll buy Stunning a Kit Kat Blizzard. And it's if Castle's in around anywhere, we'll make him buy. So it's all his fault. So, but actually, speaking of Castle, man, ooh, vanilla versus chocolate. Hmm, gives me a good idea for something for to gauge the audience another time, a later time, or if we get invite your friends, dogs, neighbors. Let's get all that out. Let's get people in here. Maybe we'll have a poll with it, and we can see where we go. But yeah, if you missed my stream last night or yesterday with Hungry Boy, uh, I think it was that one was like Dad Manning was Dad Manning. Castle witnessed it because it was off the tracks early on. For 10 minutes, I had to turn it over to Hungry Boy to run the whole thing because I had voices from another stream in my head from my own stream from the night before, our Fortnite stream, and I had to go unplug it. Everything. Mrs. had to jump on, run the stream for a little bit while I came back in and dealt with it. Then he had stuff from Midnight's Edge coming through that people were hearing in the chat. It was yesterday was a bizarre day for StreamYard. And I know Daisy last night on our football stream. If you did not see Daisy last night, please, hey, Masters, fries with vinegar dipped in vanilla ice. Blood British goodie. Good to see you, sir. And yes, listen, please go watch if you can, watch the football show with Daisy last night. Wonderful time of memories and stories about football. It was not as heavy on the was not as heavy on all the ends because it was the first week going. But listen, it was a blast of a time. Poor Daisy also had echo. It was just yesterday was not a good night for StreamYards. And it was like, but it was an epic. If you ever want to see a dad manning stream, Castle witnessed it. It was yesterday. Oh gosh. So anyway, good to have you guys here tonight with us. So thank you for being here, and make sure y'all kill that like button. Retweet it out if you can. Share it with everybody. Tonight might be just a cornucopia of streaming. It may be a bunch of different things. Do this a little bit in a chill chat type format. If I can get somebody, people to, how that goes, how we're doing things tonight. Might have some random guests. Might just see how things go. Might have Fortnite later. Don't know. It's just kind of winging it. Um, flying by the seat of the pants right now, which is kind of good. Like I said, it's too early to go to bed. But good to see you now, Masters. Hope you're doing well today. So, all right. Masters, I'm not sure if you see me play this game. If you haven't, let me know and I'll give you the quick tutorial. I think everybody else here has seen this game before. Sorry about that. I don't know what damn it. Steve still keeps mumbling on about football as it was the first official Focky stream ever. We'll do more Focky. You and Stunning get the Focky season going, and we will dedicate a stream just to Focky. You know the game. All right, Lisa. Hey, thank you for being here lurking. But yeah, hey, we might have to do something. I'm serious. I might be up for a Focky stream if you and Stunning y'all come up, we could do something like that. But yeah, but in all seriousness, do watch that stream from last night. Daisy had wonderful stories to share, and it was a wonderful time. We actually got to use some footage from the Cal Stanford game many years ago. If you're familiar with it, it's the one with like 300 laterals that 3 different times they thought the game was over because they thought somebody had been tackled, but then they was like, hello, surprise, they're still going, and then it ended with the touchdown and the crash into the Stanford band member. One of the most famous sports scenes in history. So, oh yes, exactly, Castle, because it's always your fault, remember? So hey, but actually, Castle, I was just telling everybody also about the dad manning of all dad manning yesterday. How the stream with the Hungry Boy really like went crazy, and then we had some echo issues last night on StreamYards too with our guests. So it's like voices from other streams were coming in and things like that. So, all right. Master said, I'm in. We need Stunning. He's the creator and president of the league. All right. You're just a promo guy. First rule of Focky is there are no rules. That is awesome. So, all right, guys. Awesome. 7 of y'all in here. Thank y'all for being here. Oh my gosh, folks. Hey, it's great to have y'all here, whether you're lurking, participating, whatever, listen to this old fart ramble. We'll have some fun with this thing. I think we really will. And we'll, but like I said, if you have questions about this game, let me know and I will try to fill you in with it. Duluth, El Paso, Sault Ste. Marie to Oklahoma City, Duluth to El Paso. Ooh, those two overlap. Actually, I will take these two because they overlap each other. Because then maybe I can get another card to go with that later. So, all right. So, all right. Oh, Sault Ste. Does anybody else call it Salt Ste. Marie? I love calling it Salt Ste. Marie. It's got to be French, and I like to piss off anybody French. So, sorry. I love you guys. So, I don't know. I like to piss off anybody north of the Mason-Dixon line anyway, just for the fun of it. But, I got some friends up there that like to give it right back to me, aren't afraid to. So I expect it. Builds character. Duluth to El Paso. So, okay, Duluth to El Paso. So I only got 3 on. So I need the yellow right now. So we've got 2 yellow on the board. We're going to go get the yellows. So, let's see. Well, oh shoot! I guess I took a. I thought it took a. Anyway, there we go. All right, there we go. Must have been dreaming. I thought there were 2 yellows, but take the wild card as often as I can. Okay, I'm going to do this so I can get twos to start playing. All right. All right, so let's go there. All right. Hmm. Wow. What do I do here? Hmm. God, need some yellow. Need some yellow. I need to get the yellow. Again, I could take a second card after drawing a yellow from the pile. I mean, drawing a wild card where I could not see it, so I got the second pick. So now there we go. Hmm. Hmm. How do I want to do this? To wild card or do I take this? Well, I'm going to go ahead and get some trains dropped there. Hmm. Where are we going to go with this? Do I take the wild card? Do I take the rest? So at this point, let's go ahead and. Wow, that's interesting. Huh. I go there. Well, we're going to start building the routes. We'll start building the routes. Go ahead and get these things completed so we don't lose them. They don't get taken. And go ahead and get some, get some points. Get the card. And then what we'll do is go ahead and get these completed, so then we can see what route we can do next to maybe extend to the longest route. So let's see. Ag. I do not want to use that. I do not want to use those black because I'd like to extend them up there. So let me go red. Ag. Okay, at least there's a red. See, when there's three wilds that are showing, then they reshuffle the deck. Okay. Uh, let's go off. Let's go off the board. Yeah, probably should have taken the purple. Well, let's do this. Let's go, my friends. There we go. Hmm. Well, now with 35, 37, 32, we will take another card, folks. When you take another card, yes, I want a new ticket. So now that I choose to get a new ticket, I have to complete the ticket. So do I want Chicago to LA, Calgary? See, uh, oh, sorry guys. Sorry, I was looking at that there. All right, Snortopoopas is here. Hey, Snortopoopas, good to see you. How are you doing? Good that you're doing okay over there. So I'll come back to the chat just a second. Good to see you, sir. Hello, humans and other critters. Good to see you. Just trying to let's see which way do I do it. Los Angeles to Chicago. Have to look at how much has been taken up right now. 16 for that. LA to Chicago. Uh, Calgary to that one's gotten kind of taken up by a lot of the green, so I need to watch out for that. New York to Orlando. I was going to say New York to Atlanta, but LA to Chicago. Let's go for it. Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. Let's go for it. I got 4 black already, so No, you son of a beaver head, butter, frick, flesh, stop! You friggin' large ass. I mean, God, you took my spot there. Sorry. Golly, you damn computer. I mean, nobody else needed that. Anyway, all right. Well, crap. All right. Well, let's try to get. Ah, jeez, this sucks. Crap, this sucks. I need. Eh. Hug. Come on, I got to get that 3 spot there because if that, then I'm screwed. Take that. Hopefully, nobody takes that right now. I took the wild card to make sure I could complete that because without that, that would be the way to try to get. The reason why that was important when that got taken, and I had to get that route there because then the only way to complete LA to Chicago would be coming out LA to Vegas all the way up here. Could not go this way since Green had. I had to go up to Helena and then that way. So a much longer route that's there. So and so hey, oh yeah. Pardon me, boys. That George Chattanooga choo choo. There's Lisa with her mushrooms. Beaver head. Yes, it was the nicest insult I could come up without like really going over a line. But hey, good cussage. That's not all I anyway. Let's move on. So, but yes, I can be quite artistic. Anyway, all right. God, you guys are great out there. 6 of y'all hanging out. Thanks for being here. Oh, let's see where we're going next. So I got to get to Chicago. So do I go around my asshole to get my elbow? I think so, because I tell you what, I think what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to go for the longest route like we talked about earlier. So I'm going to try to do it with the white ones here. So let's see, where do we go now with this one? Jeez. What concerns me is this guy coming out of Montreal with the red. Now let me grab that line there just to make sure I got that line. All right. Yes. All right. Now we place it. Now to place it. See, now they've got that really long route there. So, all right. Well, before I forget and screw up here, let's do that. Let's get this. So now we've got that route. Let's see. Now the question is with 20 cards, they got 23, 21. Do I take another card or do I not? So sorry that I ended up skipping the chat. I got distracted in the game a little bit. So I'll go back up. Let me just, I was going to say, yeah, Castle. Yeah, Castle ended up buying ice cream while I was gone. So, and then we talked about the Focky League. Let's see. Master said, I'm rebuilding my Motu diorama as it was washed away by Hillary. First I wasn't amused, but now I see the chance for spectacular rebuild. Oh, wow. Well, good luck, Masters. Yeah, hopefully that works out. Always, they always say that the rebuild comes back better than ever and glorious. So, yeah. Oh, Castle said that works. I'll just pick up the tab early, lurking for a bit. All right, Castle, good to see you. Glad you're hanging with us again, and everybody over that way. So, of course, and Snorter Poopas came in and said hello, Beaverhead. Yeah, I got better. I actually, and I can be even more creative with things like that too when I'm properly motivated. So, plus I give good gifts too. I'm a big spender. I don't give cheap gifts to people. So. Don't forget the Orient Express route. Actually, with this game, there are many variations of it, and I probably should see about buying some other maps. They have Europe, they have Asia, they have all kinds of different routes and variations of this game. Jess, one of our friends of the channel, had actually shared with me recently the at Walmart that they have this game and board games and we've talked about bottom, but what's kind of nice with this is that you don't have to clean up the pieces and everything else. You know how that goes. So, but this is a game that I like to play and I like to relax too. Um, I just Fortnite is one that I cannot play solo. I mean, I just don't like. I don't enjoy it, and I don't relax to it playing solo. If I do, I'll stream it. But this is a game that I feel like I can really talk to you guys. I can relax and hang out and actually engage the chat because so many times in Fortnite you're having to keep moving. There's not a break. And even the Pac-Man games. I would like to do some more of the Pac-Man and the retro games that I've got amassed, but the last few weeks have been crazy with storms, hurricanes. Football coming on has been a dedication of time. So, but hey, and like I said, you know, watch that stream last night. My football streams are not all heavy about football. A lot of it's a human interest standpoint. And last night was a lot of fun with Daisy. We went, and actually a lot of times with those streams we go into, it's not scripted. We just go into things like the Cal Stanford lateral game was just completely unplanned, and different movies that we had. Yeah, Snortopoopas, there was unfortunately a lot. Some people did, but I'm kind of like you. We were kind of I slept through it all apparently last night. So hey, a little bit of wind today. So now, all right, now I've dawdled long enough. Do I get another card? Do I not get another card? The risk here is I could get one of those really, really long ass routes that will be impossible to do. But you know what? 46, 33, 36 point wise. March hit up 11, 20. Sure, why not? Let's go for it. I might regret this, but okay, we got Winnie. I love calling it Winnie Pig. I forget forget Winnipeg. I call it Winnie Pig. Piggy, kind of like Arkansas. Oh, that's kind of cool. Winnie Pig down to Arkansas, the Razorbacks. Piggy. Uh, anyway, I've lost my mind tonight. Thank y'all for not turning out. I thank you for not leaving. Thank you for being here. Let's see, Chicago to Santa Fe. Huh. That'd be two green, two general, three blue. That's a possibility for 9, or I can do Denver to El Paso. Huh. No on that one. This one, let's do it. Let's live dangerously. Okay, let's live dangerously, folks. So we will go with it. So of course, then I take a draw. Really, the blue I needed? Oh, you bastard! I'm gonna take another wild. So anyway, let's see if they can clear out some cards. 15. That Marge is red, but the 15 is what's bothering me right now. And she's up at 62. So odds are Marge is going to win this one, I think, at this point. But I'm not going down without a damn fight. So green or white, green or white, green or white. Okay. Really? There's the white. Okay, that. Okay. See, blue, green, blue. Go there. Okay, all right. Nope. Okay, I'm going to take that out of there. Oh, shit. Come on, bastards. Really? You bastards. This is going to be. Wait a second. Wait. Oh, so there. This is going to be close, folks. At least I got the card completed, but this. You bastard! Damn it! Oh, I completed that by blind luck. I did not realize I completed that route. Wow. Okay. You bastards. Anyway, all right. That's so funny. I did not realize it. Hey, I dad manned it, Castle. I dad manned that one, Castle. I completed it by blind luck. All right, let's see what I can do for the longest route that's left. Maybe I can connect it onto this thing and see if I can get a few extra. I may have. Let's see. Well, I know I have the longest one, but in terms of this game, it may see where we go with this. So, okay, I think it's only going to be a two. The best that I can do with that. So, all right, well, let's see where we go. Let's see who wins. All right, here we go. We got 9, 10, 16. But see, I barely got ahead of them with those cards. So this is where I don't think I'm going. Oh man, I think they won. Yep. Oh, 22. Lost on that one. Ah, you bastards. Yeah, I guess they won it. All right. Well, Marge won. Hey, Marge. All right. Large Marge. That's the kind of thing. Hey. All right. Yeah. Master said we have enough blue piggy wiggy pigs, so lipstick. Oh my gosh, I love. Ah, he is, Sora Poopa said, fortunately, I had a good audiobook to listen to last night. That's always helped me sleep. I was actually surprised that Puke Energy kept the power on until 3 a.m. Wow. Yeah, I could imagine. And, everybody highly recommends Puke Energy out there. They even try to privatize ours to go to them. And we were like, no. And now it's a whole bunch of news stories up here. That's really interesting. Snort Poopa said you've heard people call it winter peg. I like calling it Winnie Pig. Just I don't know. It's happened all these years because you got pigs, things like that. I'm curious to see what studying thinks about the Winnie Pig pronunciation. All right, and Master said I had first Hillary, then Harold. No fun. Oh man, what 2 storms? How the heck did that happen? Especially with the same letter. Because over in the Atlantic we change letters. So bastages, you're damn straight, Snort Poopas. Oh, so he's got a ticket right. She's got it. My baby don't care. There you go. All right. Hey, I've never been a Beatles guy, but hey, there you go. Enjoy it. Hey, that's the type of stuff that hey, throw it out there. Let's have some fun with it if you'd like. We'll just kind of doing nothing, just chatting as the mood strikes. Anything else that happens, we may do some Star Wars, some like I said, Fortnite shortly with the missus. She's busy making dinner and things like that. So, what do you need to do when you need to talk? You just come, jump beyond behind StreamYard and just go crazy and just talk because I got the mic. So, and you great people here to listen and to help. So, all right. Uh, uh, to its season, and I'm close to Acapulco. Oh, cool. Yeah, I know with that part over there where they usually get a lot of those Eastern Pacific hurricanes, but like I didn't realize they would reuse the same letter in the same season. I know over here in the Atlantic, like this last storm was an I storm. Well, the next one will be start with J. And they used to do it where they would use the Greek alphabet. I always loved the hurricane names with the Greek alphabet, but they stopped that a few years ago because they actually went into the Greek alphabet once and gave up on it. I thought it was kind of unique. So, Mall Wars. Yeah, I started to say that. I think you heard right. Damn, you guys and y'all don't miss anything. So you guys do not miss it. So, all right, New York to Atlanta. Let's say let's go ahead for the two large routes. All right, the 2 long routes, and we'll go from there. Wow, right off the bat. Right off the bat, they do it. Hmm. See where we go. Hmm. Hmm. Portland to Phoenix. Hmm. Portland to Phoenix. And Winnie Pig. Hey, we just talked about it. Winnie Pig to Little Rock. Portland to Phoenix. All right. Well, let's go ahead and take purple. Purple looks like a one that we're going to need. It's plentiful on the board. Hmm. Well, let's go ahead and go more purple. And let's go yellow. All right. All right. Cool. All right. Let's see. Let's go yellow. Yeah, we'll go up the board. Okay. All right. Hmm. Let's see where we go. Let's see. I'll go ahead and take that. Hmm. Interesting. Let me see something real quick. I want to do. Let's see this. Hmm. I'm multitasking just 1 second. Uh, Something came in. I need to take a look at real quick. Glad y'all are here tonight. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being with me, and we're having fun with this tonight. And like I said, it could be a mixed bag of different things. So even if I end this stream, don't go far because I am going to be streaming a lot of stuff tonight. So um, as much as I can, and maybe late I'll just go private. Who knows what? But for now, for the early parts of the night, want to have some fun, hang out with you guys. Follow us on the Twitch side. Make sure you like it, the video, subscribe on this side, and I'll tell you what, get the word out, share it out to people, and retweet it, and let's have some fun together. We will definitely um, have some fun with this and see where we go. Have some good conversation. Learn some things about uh, what's going on in the world if we need to, and just have just like I said, battling and having fun. So all right, so let's get from Portland to Phoenix, or we call Phoenix. Uh, okay, let's go ahead and drop that. Oh man, yeah. Thanks, Masters for Mall. Yeah, there you go. That's the way to get me started. Wake me up. But I will say that I've seen a lot of the tweets out there about the new Ahsoka show. Ugh, I watched the first two in a watch party at a channel that I'm a member on, and I'm like, it was the only way I could survive that. I'm so sorry. I tried. I really tried to watch that thing with a fair point of view, and I can't. You know, I it's like I just can't. And it's not that they changed the war. Really, a lot of it to me is that it's just to me at least has been, and that's why everybody can have an opinion. Everybody, like my dad always said, everybody opinions like buttholes. Everybody's got one. But he said it much more colorfully than I did there. But I just it just doesn't feel like Star Wars to me. And I mean, and that's even beyond, and it has nothing to do with the controversy, whether Ahsoka should be around or not, because I'm one that says she should. But I really wanted to try to give it a fair shot, look at it. But so far, my initial impression, just from a TV show standpoint, it's been bad. The writing's been bad. The acting, the dialogue, it seems stiff. Now they got, at least they put a space helmet on her last night. It's like, I mean, God, my God, all the fighting in space now is going to be crazy. So, but hey, if you like the show, I encourage, if you like it, it's what it is. It's a franchise that's moved on into another direction, and it's what it is, and go forward. Um, yeah, I know, but I also don't want. There are legit. See, I'm trying to separate my personal feelings about the company and what they've done and what they've intended to do from the fans that actually legitimately like it and are intrigued by it. Because I just, like I said, I tried to watch it for a show standpoint, and they're just things, the lighting, the mood of Ahsoka. And I know she's dark in some ways, but it just, this thing, and now putting all this on somebody that never, I'm getting in the Star Wars thing too. And I'm trying to bring that back from there. Just the writing, the pacing, just so much of it just seemed like it fell flat to me as a TV show. Forget that it's Star Wars. I mean, even the lightsaber scenes were been, and it just I don't know how to explain it, but it and I'm trying to keep it on a critical level from a television standpoint, not from all the Star Wars specific stuff. Because you've heard me on Darth Maul, you heard me on all of that stuff, and I don't want to go into all that, but it just this one, at least in my opinion, from watching, is that just on its surface as a TV show, something's missing. It, and maybe, and I know some people have talked about. I think it was one of our friends of the channel. I think it was may have been JT Kirk that had said that once on one of our streams, that kind of like Star Trek, maybe the episodic type of franchise, whereas Star Wars may be more designed to movies. I think there's something to be said there. The Mandalorian, I got into. I liked it at first because even though we still have Jake Skywalker at the end, of course, if I keep saying Mandalorian, that's one of our friends that play Fortnite. But the Mandalorian started off with kind of a good theme and rough and all this. He was a bounty hunter, and there's some fighting in the first episode. But then it became the Baby Yoda show. But it still was a decent series. But I don't know. I'm rambling, but it's just one of those things that I'm trying to be critical to get in terms of the television style of it. It just was not anything that piqued my interest or got me. And there's some people that say some of this stuff was set up in Rebels and things like that. And I'm not one of those people that feel like I need to go watch other shows to get caught up. It's like I don't think you should have to read the EU to get caught up on something going forward either. I don't think you should have to read a book to get everything to fill in the blanks of a movie or anything. It's meant to be standalone entertainment. But then again, I do say if you do like it, my power to you. And see, Stunning, I'm going to jump down here just a second because I think Stunning hit the nail on the head to me with this, because it's one of the comments that I found that I said early on after watching the first episode. It just felt like it had no heart. I mean, it's Star Wars. You got lightsabers, you got aliens, but they're just it's an intangible that is hard to explain. And I don't know that it can overcome that. So, but again, if you like it, you got a place here to voice if you like it or not. I'm not going to shout people down if they do like it. I'm not. I will not be a channel that just bashes people that do like stuff like that, because it is what it is. And my franchise has moved on and taken a different route. And but people like it, let's talk about it, let's have fun. If you like it, tell me why you like it. I mean, I've had fun debates with people about the Darth Maul issue, but I'm very passionate about that, and I believe that that's one of the biggest things that is like set this franchise up for so much inconsistency and problems going forward, is that we made a mistake. We killed off a great character that everybody likes, so now we're going to come up with some kind of convoluted story to keep him alive. Well, the problem is when you start making people have to believe other things and make it convoluted to believe, simple-minded people like me that just want to be entertained get lost in all of it. And I don't want to hear about this or that or whatever. And now, like the jokes running on Twitter or the thing of the lightsabers don't mean anything anymore. Anybody can survive them. Just get medical attention. It's kind of like having the blue pill and it's been 4 hours. Get medical attention. Oh God, yeah, the blue lightsaber. Seek medical attention if it's been more than 4 hours. Okay, sorry. You guys in the chat, y'all give me a lot to think about, and thank you. So I appreciate it here. But like I said, I do want that clear though, because it's like I don't want to be a channel, because it's hard to voice your opinion in a lot of places if you do like something that the majority of the people don't like. I will be passionate. I will say what I think, but you know what? I don't mind a debate or an argument. If you like it, tell me why you like it, and and I want the chat and everybody to support people like that, because I've stopped the stream and I've stopped playing the game because getting a little focused, a little serious right now, because a little more serious for a chill chat. But I just think that especially with the channel the way I want it, is I like the debate. I think we can learn from each other. We can do things, and we may actually be able to change people's minds by having discourse, debate, and things like that. oh God, I sound like Hurricane Hillary in a quote many years ago, but and I didn't mean to, but if we're all the same with the same opinions, it can get kind of boring. It's kind of fun to have somebody coming at you saying, "Well, something's good" or something why, and that's the thing. And Master says Ahsoka's not the problem; it's the storytelling. I believe she's the vehicle that has led to a big problem, but I agree with you; it's the storytelling. My thing is that I will venture into the Star Wars lore a little bit now. To me, anything that takes the eye off the Skywalker bloodline is a problem. She's everywhere. She survived Order 60, everything. Now they're calling her Jedi, even though she never technically finished becoming a Jedi. All any of these other things that take the eye off the Skywalker bloodline change what Star Wars was about, which was the bloodline from the fall of Anakin Skywalker to his redemption to the future of his son and his bloodlines and stuff. And eventually, if you get into the way EU and other stuff, you got Cade Skywalker, all these other people down the road too. Now you got somebody that's come in that's kind of derailed that a little bit. So, and that's Ahsoka Voorhees. Oh God. Hey, nice one. You brought in a little Friday the 13th reference. So hey, it's Snorri Poopas gave up on Star Wars, Star Trek a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Yes, exactly. But you know what? You still have your memories on the originals and what you do like, and those are the ones to focus on and to enjoy, and just have some problem, things like that. So, um, yeah, and I will say with this character too, we watched the missus and I watched Jurassic Park the other night in the theater. They had a 30th anniversary because it was released in June of 1993, and that comment, this whole debate about strong women characters, Alien, Terminator, they just happen in those movies. But even in Jurassic Park, it was interesting to see. You had the scene with Malcolm Grant and what's her name, Laura Dern's character, in the car, and Ian Malcolm goes, like God makes man, God makes dinosaur, God makes man, or uh, man destroys dinosaur, and then she pipes up, and women destroy man, women inherit the earth. Beautiful line, great character in that one. Loved it. Of course, I butchered the. If AFK was here, I'm sure AFK would be able to deliver that line for me. So, but yes, the Metal Corian. And I tell you, the one great thing with the Metal Corian was that first episode when they had the IG droid in action. Love that. Love that. So, but hey. All right. So anyway, let's see. Hey, speaking of that, there's AFK. Actually, AFK. Hey, how are you doing tonight? Good to see you. Um, if you get a second, AFK, check your DMs, okay? All right, but good to see you. It's very funny, and I did not see you when I started talking about the Jurassic Park because we had talked about it a little bit over in your channel a little bit. You know, uh, you know. So it was so funny with the timing of that. AFK, that's hilarious. So, I all righty. So, but yeah, it's having all right. Well, thank you for being here too. Um, Stunning said one of the favorite Optimus quotes came from Transformers Devastation game because in a way it sort of relates to how I feel about newer content. It's a long quote, but he basically talks about learning to accept your new home and learn to let go of a distant hope of returning to a newly restored home. Maybe one day that will happen. AFK's JP is the best. Oh yes, Storta Poopa Skywalker, the bestest ever. Yes, exactly. So yeah, you're right. Can't forget the Bears. Can't forget the Bears. And we're back. JP is the best, my friend. Yeah, 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 exactly. So hey, it's good to have y'all hanging out with us tonight. So yes, Yeah. So, all right. Yes. So, hey, deep quotes, deep philosophy. So we got 9 of y'all here tonight. Great. Thank y'all for being here. We're just getting going. We're playing a game called Ticket to Ride. I've stopped a little bit talking to chat, got a little philosophical there for a few minutes uh, about some Star Wars and with the Ahsoka series. But, like I said, and long story short, I like the debates. I like, as long as y'all permit, I guess it is my channel, so I can do whatever I want to, but I don't want y'all to go away. But I love to rant at times and let it all fly out. So, just bear with occasional dad man rant from time to time and understand it just happens. Ah, let's see. I live and let live. I don't mind you loving Darth Maul. You have some marvelous. No, I don't love Darth Maul. No, no. Oh my God, that guy hit. No, I don't. Oh, Masters, you know what buttons to push, my friend. Awesome. I'm sure I'll come up with another rant tonight somewhere around the way. So, um, you know, uh, how that goes. But it's my gosh, so it's quite funny, you guys out there. But yeah, I've actually had a good raging rampage with somebody about Darth Maul. It's yeah, and Stunning says I like that quote because yeah, maybe one day we'll have things returned to how we want them to be, but there's a very good chance that will never happen in our lifetime. So we should learn to move on. Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah, that's true, and a lot of things to have to do. Time moves on. I just hate the only thing I hate to do is leaving people behind. You know, and that sometimes with friendships and things like that, things happen. You just things like that. But yeah, there's some things we can't change. I mean, we can't change what's the direction a franchise goes. And also in the greater scope of life and everything, is it that important? Or is it important to have fun with our friends and enjoy the time we have with each other? And occasionally have a good rampaging debate and yelling, screaming, and fun and laughing at how crazy some old guy is about Darth Maul getting cut in half. Oh, wait, hey, look, Snort of Poopers. Last time I saw Darth Maul, he was suffering from a split personality. Damn straight, sir. Damn straight. You're right. And that's what I hang to myself, sir. It's like he's he had to go. He had to go very, very bad. So, yes, there's the link Stoney put out there to the quote you're talking about. So, all right. But hey, all right. So, we got some Star Wars worked in, a little bit of Star Wars ranting. So, it's fun. And we'll pick up the game uh, from this point and we'll keep going and we'll see what happens. And interesting. I just saw something. Multitasking, folks. Multitasking is like squirrel moments. Okay, so where are we at? We got Winnie Pig to Little Rock now. So we got, let's see. Now I need to get that. I need to get that route. Eh. Okay, I got the black up there now. Let me go there. All right. So, folks, thank y'all for being here. Thank you for enjoying this chill stream. Yeah, we can come up with things like that to talk about and stuff. That's kind of why I'm using the Ticket to Ride as a kind of a vehicle to be able to have something for y'all to interact with and see and watch as we're chatting, as we come up with things to talk about. Kind of go with the flow type of night, and uh, you know, I like this game, like I said earlier, and it gives me a chance to focus, move over to different things, and multitask in a good way. So, all righty, let's see. Let's go ahead and get that wild card while it's there. Okay, we got another wild card. Let me grab that too, just in case. Get greens. I'm going to stack some cards for a minute. All right. Oh man, got a lot of stuff coming in here. All right. All right. Well, let's do this. Let's start building our tracks here. There, red. Shoot, they cut me off from combining. Ugh. There we go. Here we go. We've got a ticket to right. Okay. All right. So now the question gets back to this one. Do I take the extra ticket? Do I not? Um, well, I'm not going to be able to make the longest ticket. They've got two. I think I'm going to have to chance it with a car with another train ticket. So yeah, choose some tickets. Helena to Montana to LA. No, that's going to be like near impossible. I'd have to go to Seattle and down. Oh well, Seattle down though. I need all yellow though. That's only Helena. That could be doable. Duluth to El Paso. Duluth to Houston. Wow. Let's go for the more point. Let's go for the higher point value. All right, let's see what we can do. Why didn't they show some yellow? Crap. Come on. I need yellow. Yeah, I'm gonna get my ass kicked on this one. I can already see my scores are way low. I'm just gonna go ahead and okay, let's go ahead and take. Oh, okay. I can't count tonight. Fine. I'm getting crushed now, folks. Let's see. Yep. All right. Let's go with this. Still can't get a yellow. Oh man, I'm gonna get crushed on this one. This is not the great game. See, getting a lot of green, folks. Can we get a yellow card? Can we get one yellow card? I mean, even soccer. Come on. One yellow card, really? This is ridiculous. There's no yellow cards. Well, at least I got another flipping. I'm gonna have this is gonna be a game I'm gonna have. I'm not gonna be able to get rid of my trains and stuff. So well, let's finish the route here, folks. We got that. Hopefully they don't place their cards. Yeah, the trains. That's cool. Cool. All right. Shit. Shoot. I mean, I really didn't. Had I. Well, I do not want to take another card right now. There's no way I'm going to win this game because I got so low point values unless they have something that they did not complete. Sheesh. I wish I had another wild card or green. Can't play the whites up top. I'm short there. Let's see what we got left. Black, of course. Can't get what I need. Mm. Ugh. I just need a green. And they took it. Let me take that. Of course, now we're going to last turn. Dang it. See, that's what screwed me right there. I ran out of time. We'll go get that one then at least. So, but red's going to, well, I think red's going to win it with the longest route. Or go green. Oh my God. Green's got a really long route. Looks like Marge Green is going to win. So, all right. Yeah, the Green's going to win this one, going away big time, folks. Hey, yeah. Well, see, red. Yep. And now Green gets the bonus. Dun. Oh, I must have really silenced the sound effects on it. It doesn't even hear it anymore. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, let's go for one more rematch. Yeah, Lisa, you poked up just at the right time. Yeah, I was screwed on this one. Choo choo. Yeah. So then like Black Hawk down. Called me Mellow Yellow. All right. Hey. Well, let's see where we go with this game. So let's see. Try it one more time and see what happens. All right. Portland to Nashville, Portland to Phoenix. Oh, crap. Let's see. They love Canada, don't they? We got Toronto to Miami, Portland to Nashville, Portland to Phoenix. Portland to Nashville, Toronto to Miami. Portland to Phoenix. Let's do it. Let's just do it. Let's go for the big ones. All right. All right. Oh, thank you. Oh, wow.
It's a little panda bear.
It's a little panda bear?
I didn't have the colors to really make the eyes and stuff. I only had cheese, but.
Oh, cool. Well, I have to put a picture of this on Twitter then.
It's not the best. But...
Okay, say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody.
All right.
If I had seaweed, I could have made it a little better, but I only had cheese.
All right. Well, if you follow me on Twitter, there's going to be a cute little picture out there.
It's not the best, guys.
Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to put this on. I'll put it on Twitter, but I will also put it on a community page. We do have a community tab on the YouTube channel. So I will work to get that out there sometime. But, and everybody's saying hello now. So, all righty. So, let me take a second. Priorities. The missus made dinner. So, sorry, folks. Yeah, it's part of that multitasking thing that I do not do well. But I think you're going to enjoy this if you're on Twitter. And like I said, I'm going to put this out on the community page when I can a little bit later. That way, so if you subscribe to the channel, you'll see it. You'll be able to see it because this really is cute. It's really adorable. It's almost a shame to eat this. It's so cute. Dang, it's like it's so beautiful. It's. Oh, she even did eyeballs and a bow tie. Folks, you got to see this. Let's see. Give me a second. So I want to tag a few. Folks, this is creative. So you will love to see this. And so for those that don't follow me on Twitter, at DadmanWalking55, which is the only YouTube Twitter account you should follow. It's at DadmanWalking55, not something else with a similar avatar that I've used before, or even a current one. Just it's at DadmanWalking55. So let's see. So anyway, all right, there we go. Just there we go. All right. All right. There we go. A lot of stuff out there. All right, folks. Oh, man. Now I'm kind of torn between eating and playing and talking. So, all right. So, anyway, hello. All right. Here we go. Portland, Nashville, Toronto, Miami. Portland. Let's see. Toronto, Miami. Neutral colors: purple, Portland, Nashville, blue, yellow. Pretty much need anything. Well, let's get that blue. Let's just have blue, black, orange, ready, yellow. Let's go red. All right. Oh, eat first, play later. Okay. Well, but sort of poopus, this thing is so cute. It's hard to eat this thing. It's like it's staring at me, you know. And I'm trying not to smack too loud and stuff, folks. So it just, it's when somebody works so hard to create something nice. So I'm trying to not smack too loud or mute between bites. But hey, thanks for hanging out with me. 7 of y'all here. Let's see. Yeah, might as well take the yellow when I can. So, alrighty. Let's get blue. Got some wild card. Got a yellow. All right. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and take this part here. Jump on that early. Yeah. I'm going ahead and do that. I need to get that blue. And go ahead and get the blue track down so we don't get cut off there. So now we have multiple options to get to Nashville. Home of the Hermitage. Home of Andrew Jackson, one of the greatest presidents of all time. I'm just kidding. It was a very controversial president of all time. One of the first populist presidents, and so popular with my oldest kid, she ended up nearly vomiting in his house, and we barely got her to the porch at the time before we had an accident. Showed us what she really thought of Andrew Jackson. So, but yeah, it was funny. It's funny how people working those places don't take you seriously till you about tell them their antique stuff and their floors are about to get spillage on it, and then they find out, oh shit, that look is like priceless. But yeah, so alrighty, so I take this here. Go ahead and get this here. Take the blue. Take the blue. There you go. We will go here. Yep, 3 wild cards show up, so they reshuffle the deck. So, and I need purple. I've been forgetting about that purple. I need to be careful with the reds down there. So, but we'll go right there. Let's complete that route from Portland to Nashville now. Oh, num num. Yes, definitely both. And like Masters, I did some German apple pie today for my wife. It's the garden is here full of them now. Can't eat anymore, but I love to bake and cook. Oh, that is awesome. That sounds really, really, really cool. Yeah, but Snortopoopas, this was too cute, and she made it though. That's what was crazy. So, but yeah, that sounds cool. A great apple pie. That is awesome. So, to see here, apple pie is awesome. I mean, do you like it with whipped cream? Do you like it with like whipped topping or ice cream on it? Masters, like when you could eat it. And folks out there, what do y'all like with your apple pie? Do you like the whipped topping on it, like the Cool Whip, or do you like the ice cream? Um, so uh, let's see. Whoopa Troopa, Good to see you tonight, my friend. How are you doing? Glad to have you come through. Yeah. Ice cream with apple pie is what Whoopa says. All right, cool. Castle apple pie with my apple pie. Hey, nothing wrong with that. So
Here, take a picture of the cat.
what's that?
Take a picture of the cat.
There's a cat now? Holy cow. Folks, there's a cat now. The missus is really creative with the food tonight.
No, I bought the mold.
Well, you're creative though. I mean, it's come on. Take there you go. Oh, whiskers too, everything. Hey. Oh man. So all right. So Whoopa, good to see you, my friend. Apple pie with apple pie. Snore Poopa says some people like cheese on apple pie. That is interesting. Now, Masters, I did cover it with ice topping, had mango cinnamon with it made. See, the ice topping is interesting because, what is interesting about that is that it's kind of like those bad for you things in the grocery store and the convenience stores, that are straight sugar when you bite into them. That is really uh, God, I love those things. That did not have enough sugar on it to me. That's what's so cool. But hey, and I'm going to put this out there for the cat too. And thank y'all for being here. Hey, we got 395 followers on uh, Twitter. Hey, wow, that's nice. And here's a cat. And I'm going to retweet with a, love the Mrs. Like she said, she just bought the mold, but still, it's dang cute. It's dang cute. All right, so and there's plenty of left. Wife is small, yeah. I tell you what, but some small people have great appetites. You look at some of this hot dog eating contest; they will. Some of them are some of the smallest people around, but they will eat the hell out of stuff. So, yeah. So here we go. All right, see where we're going now with this. Oh, feeding the nurses with it. Yeah. Hey, as long as it doesn't go to waste, there many people will eat. Will definitely help you with that. So, the sugar bomb. All right, poultry yard. Not sure what that is, but hey, that's cool. All right. Well, let's see where we're going. How Whoopa, you still here, my friend? I know you said you like ice cream with pie. Uh, might have to talk some sports again sometime soon. I know it's been a while. It might be our last year of normal college football, my friend. After the destructions of everything that we've known. Yes. Yes, yes. Yes. StreamYard when you run it. Polteryard. Oh, Poltergeist. I got you. Thank you, Masters. Sometimes I'm a little slow with these things, but thank you. Yeah. Like I said earlier, yesterday that everything went crazy. What the hell did I do that? Uh-oh. I lost the game. I lost the stream. You know why? Because I minimized something. Whoops. Hello. Dadman. Mrs. Dadman, the mistress of cute food. Yes, she is, my friends. It's a really creative what she does sometimes with the food. It's really, really, really neat. How that goes. But yeah, we're just having fun out here. And I'll get back to the game in just a second. I'm going to go ahead and eat a little bit more. And we're having fun tonight. Thank you for y'all hanging out there and doing something, sending something off now. Multitasking. You know how I always multitask, and it can either work or it doesn't work. Well, that's what happens with me. I know. appreciate you guys coming in with support and having fun with us too, and just seeing where things go. All right, so let me get back over there, and let's see if I can bring the game back up here and see if it just paused or what it did. Let me see. Just trying to do. Nope, it's going to be a new game. It looks like so. All right, but hey, we will do it again, folks. We will keep going. Well, I don't know. I wonder if it gives me a chance to restart a previous match. Oh yeah. Oh sure. Let's restart. Hey, we can pick it up from there. All right, folks. Hey, see, it's not too bad. All gone. The joke. You are good. Yes, thanks. If Dad Manning were a career, exactly, Castle. If I could only really truly monetize this to the point where I could go ahead and retire and really be my own boss. And here we are all over again. Yes. Some people think seals are cute. I agree, but they are also delicious. Yes, exactly. They're another treat that we have. Alrighty. So let's see. I got to remember now where we were working on this map. So, it's a Toronto to Miami route. We need purple, so let's go purple. And we need duos. Still need purple, though. That's the thing. We need purple. Well, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go ahead and use the 2 wild cards. The risk is you run too long, then the game runs out, you run out of time, and you can't place them. So now let me go ahead and take these up. Go ahead and take this route up here. A lot of green up there. It's starting to get close onto my territory up there, so I need to get these 2 routes finished before they get taken. Let's see. I'll go here with this. Hello. Hello. I don't know how to say that, but hey, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Hey, thanks for being here. We're doing a little chill stream, chilling out, talking, having fun, eating dinner, looking at hopefully, get some random topics come through, playing this game, converse with the chat, all those type to you on this game because it just beeped at me. Let's see. What do we do? There, red. Well, I'll go red. We'll finish up the route there. But welcome in, everybody. Make sure you've liked the show. Hit the like button. Sub to the channel if you haven't. I'm trying to get to 450. We're very close to it in just over a year. We celebrated our 1-year anniversary. First stream, August 19th of 2022. Celebrate first anniversary just about 11 days ago. And we're still here. So, all right. 18 cars, 20, let's see, 20, 23, 45. I am not scoring good points. So, here we go again. Yeah, let's take the chance and see what happens. 11, Dallas to New York. Sault Ste. Marie. That's going to be a hard one right there. Montreal to New Orleans. Yikes. Wow. That's not a good one. That's not a good one. Well, let's try this one. Hey, worst things we can do is it goes wrong, So right. My turn now. What do we do? I don't know. Let's see where we go with this thing. Oh crap! You know what? Why didn't y'all tell me? I hit the wrong button. I've been sitting there playing the game without everything being said. Oh my gosh, folks! Hey, all right. As Castle said right here, Dad Manning, we're a career. Yep, exactly. So, yeah, imagine being able to dad man all the time, not getting in trouble with your bosses and stuff. That would be awesome too. So let's see. Yeah, yeah, I know, Whoopa. Hey, feel free. Never mind. Never be shy. And Whoop, I sent you something over on Discord real quick. But hey, always feel free to point it out because it's a group effort around here. Mrs. Dadman man can only do so much. All right, so let's see. Let's see where we're going. Montreal to New Orleans, Montreal, and hey, Whoopa Troopa, how are you, Whoopa?
Hello.
Good to see you. It's been a while since we talked, my friend.
Yes, indeed.
Exactly. So, what is going on with you these days?
Uh, sorry. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out the settings. Um,
Yeah. Plus, also weird things are happening at StreamYards these days. Anyway, because I don't know how you do when you do your gaming streams, but
nope.
we yesterday I had a stream from the previous night of my own stream in my ear the whole time. I had closed every tab and it was still going.
Yeah, okay. I think I'm good now. I can hear you. Hello.
Everybody, if you don't know, this is Great Whoopa Troopa, who we done a lot of football. He beat me in my own football show last year in college football.
Yeah.
He's from the Big 12. He
Yeah.
also co-hosted with me on with March Madness, NCAA college basketball, and then eventually in the XFL football.
Yeah.
Great times. But you've gotten even busier since then, haven't you?
Oh yeah. I am very busy. I started a second job recently, so
Mm-hmm.
I covered that. Oh gosh. I stayed up till 4:30 a.m. on Saturday because I was
Oh
working
wow.
that Vandy Hawaii game
Mm-hmm.
that had that big weather delay for like 2 hours, and then it started up again, and it just took forever. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Well, tell us a little bit about that. I did not realize we talked about it last night, but I did not have a chance to actually see the game, so I had to go back and look at it. Rain delay? Was it thunder, lightning, that stuff
It
again?
was a lightning delay for about 2 hours,
Wow.
which not fun. I don't like those. I remember, I played some football as a kid. I wasn't particularly well. So this is the thing. I was on a bad team. I say bad team. We were like, I think the one time year I played with them, they were 500, and I was honestly pretty good on that team. But
Mhm.
like, I wasn't one of the coach's kids, so I didn't get to play. I was a backup, even though I was better than the guy. I was a backup safety, but I was better than the guy who I was backing up, which was frustrating. So then we moved to a different team, and this team was like really good. I spent 3 years there, but 1 year I just stopped playing. But 1 year we won the championship, and the other year we lost to the eventual champions, and then won like the consolation bracket. So
Yeah.
we were like a really good team in our area, but everyone was a lot better than me. I was third string safety, and I was not that good.
Well, except for the starter ahead of you, or was that a different year?
So there was a team Mid Rivers, and then we were the Mid Rivers Eagles, then I think the O'Fallon Renegades. When I was on the Mid Rivers Eagles, the team was like just okay, but I was pretty good. I thought I was pretty good at least, and I felt like I was better. So we changed teams because it was like, hey, I'm deserved to be starting, but I'm not. They're starting the coaches' kids and everyone. And they kept starting the coaches' kids, and they weren't that good, but they're the coaches' kids. Um, and then I went to this one team, and this one team was like one of the best, but everyone was better than me. Uh, it didn't help. I grew late, so everyone was starting to go through their growth spurts. This is in middle school, and I'm playing. I'm I'm under a buck trying to play safety tackle guys a lot bigger than me. It was not fun. Uh, so it didn't go very well. And we won, but I didn't play much, and I really wasn't good enough to play on that team. So I went from a team that was like they're just okay, but I should be starting, to a team that's like, oh, this is really good, but everyone's better than me. Like our starting running back was the coach's kid, but he, like one day I was looking at the papers in high school, and I noticed this guy was like second in state for rushing yards. It's like, damn, he's pretty good.
Right. Well, you don't mind sitting behind somebody that's deserved it, that's actually talented, that actually earned a job, and they're better you. Growing up, I was always a thing um, with that. It's like I had a decent arm. I could throw the ball and be a quarterback, but they had this other chunkier kid that could not throw 10 yards. I mean, it was just they kept and it kept making him the quarterback on his team, and it's like instead I got stuck on the offensive line. It's like who the hell wants to play that?
Yeah.
Everybody wants the ball at that age. And hello to B from O. Good to see you, B from O, one of the channel's resident Auburn fans who will be coming on our football show in a few weeks. So, like I said, last night we talked to Daisy. We had to bump it up because of the storm out there. We weren't sure. I was expecting to be without power tonight on all the predictions.
Oh yeah.
And I had no clue how long with this cat. It actually landed as a Cat 4, but it was supposed to bend over this way still. So it was kind of one of those things of make contingency plans, and but hey, it's all good. So we're kind of an open night tonight, and just kind of open mic'd it, and just having some fun, chilling with this game, doing some just some a chill chat in this format, and
the chill chat
seeing
format.
where we go. Yeah, exactly, and have this wonderful game in the background because I love this game. It's nice to relax. It's easier to talk with this game than to try to stream Fortnite and talk to people.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's a little bit of chaotic in Fortnite. So, but everybody, make sure you smash that like button, follow us on the Twitch side, and like the video here and subscribe too if you have not already. Let's get to 450 very soon. And we are going well. B from O. I saw one piece of damage in our city today, and that was a railroad crossing had gotten snapped in half. So it was kind of hanging a little bit, but we were blessed, we were fortunate, and so we're doing really, really good. I know there's a lot of others that aren't right now tonight, and prayers and thoughts for them, as like I said earlier, to get that definitely today. But but yeah, it's always hard this time of year, with all these hurricanes, and we're always glad when the hurricane is over. So, oh yeah. Oh, you like these kind of chill chats, hanging out campfire talks kind of thing. Awesome. Well, good that you like that, B from O. Awesome. And we're kind of taking topics by the seat of our pants tonight. We hit on some Star Wars earlier. And actually, I know that people, while I've got you, I was hoping AFK would come back. I know AFK is a little bit busy right now, but talk some Jurassic Park. But I've not had a chance to get to talk with you lately on specifically. And folks, don't leave us. Don't leave us. We can make sports. My mission is to help make sports, American football, fun for everybody, and you'll like it. But what is the last that we talked about was just we knew that there were rumors about the Arizona teams going to Big 12. Well, Arizona State, Utah jumped to the Big 12, and surprisingly, Washington and Oregon jumped to the Big 12. That was in doubt, but they did.
The Big 10.
So
they went to the Big 10.
The Big God, the 10 and 12 screwed me up so much. Y'all need to be the Southwest Conference again. Y'all go back to the Southwest Conference and let them to be the Big 10, and we'd be happy. But then the Pac-10 is left with Oregon State, Washington State, Stanford, and Cal, who, by the way, tried to go to the Atlantic Coast Conference, and three schools. It was Clemson. I think 4 schools: Clemson, Florida State, North Carolina, and North Carolina State voted against accepting them. One school flipped. Those would be 2 more members of the ACC. So what have you thought about with that? It's a lot of first, what do you think about the Arizona schools going to the Big 12? What were you surprised about Washington and Oregon going to the Big Ten though?
I mean, like I was surprised about USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten. Once they go to the Big Ten, it's kind of the thing where it's like, I can't be surprised about anything. If you're gonna have two LA teams in the Big Ten, why not have Washington and Oregon at that point?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's kind of silly, but once that happened, it's kind of like you're throwing out the rule book, or throwing out all the expectations you had. So it's just I have no idea what could happen. Uh, I kind of sad. I feel bad for Oregon State, especially because they've been doing good lately.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and I know, I'm not from Washington, so I don't have any personal connection to that rivalry. But I knew one person um, from Washington who went down to Baylor, and they said, "Hey, that Washington State game gets like rowdy
It
whenever it
does.
happens."
The Apple Cup. It's called the Apple Cup. I
Mm,
mean, and like Oregon State, Oregon is a civil war, and those are it's like the Texas, the Texas Oklahoma game, things like that. Well, Texas A&M used to be a big rivalry game, and
mm,
then of course when A&M jumped conferences, you that rivalry kind of died there for a bit,
yeah,
but now it's going to be coming back with Texas and Oklahoma going to the move. But what just amazed me also is Texas Oklahoma go to move. It takes a couple years to do. These moves that are happening like within a 1 year. They're
yeah.
sudden. They're quick
They're
moves.
happening at the same time as the Texas Oklahoma one, but they, just got announced. The Texas Oklahoma thing's been, a thing for like 2 years already, I think.
Mm-hmm. And Snorta Pupus is feeling very relaxed. Yeah, it's been a hard couple of nights down here on everybody, and it was out power earlier. But hey, please stay along with us as long as you can. If we put you to sleep in that old chair of yours, feel free to go to sleep, and that works for us. So feel honored. So and B for
Yeah,
Moses. One or two schools in the same conference across the country from each other. I mean, because now you're going to have a team up all the way up in Washington, all the way to New Jersey. It
yeah,
just seems like it defeats the purpose of college athletics. There's going to be so much training, travel and stuff. Almost like they're traveling more than professional teams.
yeah. It's gonna get ridiculous, and I wonder how divisions and conferences are gonna work. Obviously, like the SEC is getting rid of divisions, which is kind of like I think getting rid of divisions for basketball is fine. 'Cause it's like, you don't really need those because basketball is easy enough that you can make everyone play twice a year
Mm-hmm.
pretty much. But
Right.
football, it's like you can't even get everyone to play once a year. How the heck are you gonna do that? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. It just amazes me, how fast this is happening. And, it's at least maybe the Pac 12 can survive with Cal and Stanford staying, but I would be still
Yeah,
betting that they're looking for ways out because there's things that are attractive about those two schools that are not for Oregon State and Washington State. I mean, but could you imagine Oregon State? Like I just read this one article. There's a team. Of course, I'm a Beavers fan, and who doesn't love Beavers? It's, $30 million operating budget. When you're not drawing in a TV contract like from the Pac-12 or all those bowl game tie-ins like the Rose Bowl and stuff, imagine what your athletic budget's going to be if you bring in teams from the Mountain West and stuff.
it's gonna
There's
go down.
Yeah, and what happens when then your recruiting falls off? You don't get the better players because the people are not going to go play where you're going to get lost in this shuffle and behind everything else. So,
Yeah, and I think at this point, the best thing would be just to get rid of like the Pac 4 now,
right.
because I know they've been talking about there's a thing, and I don't know how much because it's hard to know how much of this is official word or how much of this is speculation, but oh geez, but they were talking about getting like top 4 teams from the Mountain West and top fourth teams from I think the American. That's what Tulane's in, right?
Yeah, the American, I believe. I think they
Yeah.
just moved to American. I think they just moved from Conference USA to the American.
Mm. So they were talking about getting like the top four teams from the Mountain West, and then the top four teams from the American. But at that point, I feel like it's just not worth it. I'd rather just have. I mean, I'd rather have those four remaining guys um, go to major conferences, at least Oregon and Oregon State and Washington State. But at this point, if they've got less than half of a division, you might as well just say, hey, you guys are in the Mountain West now.
Yeah, because I think in some ways geography does matter with some of these teams.
Especially if the operating budget goes down, you can't be making, you can kind of make a big expansive conference when you're making Big Ten money. If you're making, because if the Pac-12 is reformed with these other schools, they're not going to be making as much money, and they'd be traveling a lot. Because like one of the teams, Tulane was in there, SMU was in there. Like at that point, you're just getting a little crazy. I feel like it's better just to say, hey, we're joining the Mountain West, and it stinks, but it's going to stink either way. I think that's the best decision. And then the Mountain West is, it's still not a major conference, but then you got to imagine that gets boosted up pretty high at that point.
Yeah, I know. It's just.
I think you can already make a case that the Mountain West is the best Group of Five conference, but now if they add those four teams, then they're definitely the best.
Yeah, no, but then again, they may be good, they're competitive, but they're not Ohio State, Michigan State. They're not those bigger schools that can draw in those crowds and generate the funds, generate the money. So
yeah, the TV deal is not going to be as good for sure.
I mean, there's already questions about the Pac-12 TV deal to begin with, but then I did want to go back thing right. We talked about Andrew Jackson earlier because my oldest kid nearly threw up off the back porch, the Hermitage. But Andrew Jackson, the Jackson Five, don't remember him being here. Must be fraud. And Storta Pupus, a resident historian, said Jackson was a real mixed bag, right on some things and so very wrong on others. Yes. And actually, we crossed the missus and I by complete surprise one of the battles, Horseshoe Bend. It was a tragedy, but it was where he was a commanding general, and they Battle Creek Indians, and it was a sad battle, sad thing. But we were able to come across it and really, on our tour, it was really a surprise thing. But it had a real nice museum, had a peace tapestry, and it was really, really a moving battlefield to go to. But yeah, I always try to tell that about my oldest kid because I know a lot of people don't like Andrew Jackson, so I've got a story for that. That's when I know I'm old, because I can come up with stories for everything. So
you're old. What? You're so old you remember Andrew Jackson's presidency?
Not quite. I might give that nod to Storta Pupus, but I know who the guy is. So we're trying to build a route from Montreal to what is it? New Orleans here. So
Montreal, you want to go there?
I don't. No. It's Canada. So, but
Canada.
But let's see. And so we're trying to build this route. We got it. So yes. So I appreciate you talking a little bit about it. I've been wondering what you think. What was surprising was the serious talk, and it was one vote short from Cal and Stanford joining the ACC. Though that's the one that really surprised me.
Yeah, and that would be so weird. And first of all, I don't understand why people just don't care about Oregon State and Washington State. It's like, come on, guys.
That's a huge rivalry with their state schools,
Yeah, and Oregon. I mean, I guess it's always weird. Like Boise State has never been involved in any of this stuff, despite them. I mean, they had a team. I wish if we had the playoffs back then, they'd be in the playoffs, no question.
Yeah.
But it's BCS, and that's how it goes. But most of these teams, look, since Houston had a few good years, and now they're in the Big 12. Cincinnati had a few good years. They're in the Big 12. Seems like every team, oh, UCF too, in the Big, like every team that was good to that level got picked up by someone. And now here's Oregon. I guess Washington State isn't as big, but Oregon State's been putting together some good seasons. And the other thing is, all this seems to be about like getting the TV markets. They like, oh, we got to get these TV markets. I would have thought, and I'd like to see the Big 12 do that and pick up Oregon State and Washington State and see what happens. Just because, yeah, if you're getting I feel like it's better for football. I mean, it'd be better if the Pac-12 just stuck around, but at this point, that's not an option. But it'd be better to keep those programs as a major program.
And they're major state schools also. It's not like you're
opening up those.
Not a small Stanford or Wake Forest or some of these private schools. These are major state schools that have big rivalries. Because, like you mentioned about Washington State with Apple Cup, same thing in that Civil War. There's such hatred. That's why they call it the Civil War. And
look at the another thing that's going away, the Bedlam rivalry. That's a big deal too.
Yeah, because that's another one that's going to change because of Oklahoma joining the SEC. Is that one that is going to go away, or if they worked out a way to keep that matchup every year?
I think that's going away. All of these, I don't think there's any rivalry that stuck around after that. So many of them, I mean, it's just kind of sad how it goes. And I can kind of understand it. I think it's dumb, but it's kind of like, from the teams that got scorned, it's kind of like, hey, you guys screwed us up, costing us money. Why would we want to have a game next to you? And also, there's always the matter then it's a planned out game instead of a set, the set college rivalries. It's like, well, we can play at home and, they're forced to switch out home this year, away the next one. Now it's, I'm sure a lot of those teams, they're like, well, we want extra home games. We're not going to play you unless we're at home. And they're like, no, we want to play you at our home.
Exactly.
It gets messy.
It's
a shame.
Yeah, it's just all these natural rivalries, all the tradition. It's almost like, why even have the Rose Bowl anymore? I mean, and it's a case for getting rid of the current bowl system and just going to a straight, true playoff system, because you've destroyed all the natural rivalries. You've destroyed all the natural flow of the game. You've destroyed the regionalness of a lot of the nature of the rivalries. And now, like, you're going to break up Oklahoma State, Washington State, Oregon State, just all this, and especially all in 1 year. Why have the Pac-12 and the Big 12 play in the Rose Bowl? I mean, what does it matter? It doesn't. It shouldn't. Because now there's no Big 12 and Pac-12 anymore. And then again, will the Big 12 fans, Big 10 fans, still look at it as anything when they're having to play Oregon State, Stanford, Cal every year, or say Air Force or San Diego State, that have historically been looked at as minor teams not worthy of a big bowl game like that. So it's crazy. But hey, we got time for that. More down the road for that, I think. But hey, Snorta Poopa says he's so old that he remembers telling the Egyptians that trying to hide the Pharaoh's treasure and a big pointy thing in the desert was a bad idea. They didn't listen. Exactly. So, and actually, there's something kind of cool that happened last night, Poopa. New sport's been developed. It's called Faki. Faki, yes. Masters and Stunning came up with the idea. I think Stunning came up with the idea. Masters helped embellish it. And Masters says he's the PR guy that actually Stunning is the president of the league. Which there are no rules in Faki. It's like a combination of football and hockey. That has no rules.
So is it played on ice? Is it played on the ice?
Well, you know what? I didn't ask that question to Stunning, though, whether it's on ice or grass or AstroTurf. But hey,
you're supposed to score goals or score touchdowns. I mean,
I think the point is beating the hell out of your opponent mostly.
Oh, that's it. I mean,
if you get
there's
a
got to be
goal,
there's got to be some sort of scoring system, right? Is it like black guys given gives you extra points, or how is it?
I don't know. They're still coming up with the rules. I told them I'd host a stream for them, and you know, it's up to them to come up with the rules, the plan, and everything else they've got. So
It's interesting. I think
yeah,
I wanna. I'm very interested in to see how the scoring works.
I would be too. I'm really interested in seeing how they can pull that off. It's a all right. Say Masters is saying first half on ice, second on rocks. Wow. Yes,
Well,
and yes, they have rules established. And
have
hey,
you heard
Jeremy,
about Have you heard about the chess boxing?
the what?
Chess boxing. So
Chess. Wait. Okay, go ahead.
so I don't know exactly the amount of times, but I know it's a game where you have outside a chessboard and you have a limited amount of time to make your moves.
Hmm.
And so you're trying to play chess and you're trying to win the game, and you have to, it's time. So you get to make your picks between a certain time and
Hmm.
all that stuff. And then, but there's besides the time to make your moves, there's also like I think 5 minutes. I could be wrong about that.
Mm.
Uh, 5 minutes playing chess. And then after that 5 minutes up, you go into the boxing ring, and it's a 5 minute round of boxing. And
Oh, chess boxing. I thought you talked chess like boobs, like chest
no,
boobs.
no,
Chess
no.
boxing. Oh, okay.
That
Sorry.
would be a fun one too,
Okay.
but no.
Oh,
So
Master says he knows that. It's hilarious.
and it goes until either someone gets a checkmate or someone gets knocked out.
Okay. So, okay, this is a fun stream tonight. Okay, so say that again. Okay, chess boxing. So how does that work again?
So I think it's 5 minutes each for the chess and the boxing. I don't know how. I know there's a time amount, like you have to finish your move in chess in a certain amount of time, or else you lose.
Hmm.
Um,
Right. If you're on the
but
clock. Yeah.
yeah, so you got to keep making your move. Then once the 5 minutes are up, you get into the boxing ring and you fight your opponent
Hmm.
with normal boxing rules.
Hmm.
And the game goes. You get 5 minutes in there, and then you switch out. The game goes until you either knock out your opponent or get them in a checkmate.
Wow.
It's very interesting.
Oh my God. That is just so either knock them out or checkmate them.
Yep.
Gotcha. See, castle boobs. That's what I thought you said chest. That's actually. Oh wow. Masters is saying it's 5-5 and has actually 12 rounds.
12 rounds. Okay, I didn't know there was a set round. I thought they just went until something happened.
So 5-5. What is okay? I'm confused again. The 5-5. What is the 5-5 again? I
So
guess.
five minutes of playing chess and 5 minutes of boxing.
Whoa, that's a long. That's a long, long. That's a long round of boxing because boxing is usually like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, isn't it?
I think it's five. Maybe I'm
It's
wrong.
five. Oh,
I think it was five. I think it's just usually. I don't think boxing matches usually go that many rounds, but maybe I'm thinking of UFC.
I remember. I think years ago they were like 15 rounds, and I think they started cutting them down. Standard boxing round time. Let's see what we can find out with that. Right. How many rounds? That's boxing rounds. 2 or 3 minutes. Three. I think it's 3 minute rounds. Yeah.
Oh
Initially, there were
wow.
3 rounds of 3 minutes with a break of 1 minute between them. Changes were made in 1926, 1997. Most recently, 2000. International Boxing Association made it 4 rounds of 2 minutes each. Oh, that's interesting. Let me see. Well, hold on, wait a second. Okay, I'm googling this on the fly. Rounds of men's professional boxing matches last for 3 minutes. Currently, women's bouts are shorter with 2 minute rounds.
Wow.
So, yeah, but yeah, that's a long time. 5 minutes. Wow. But hey, good figure.
You know, imagine you gotta get hit in the head, and then you gotta use your head to try and win a chess game.
See, personally, I like this idea better. I think this would be more fun.
The Faki or the
No,
chess box?
the chess, but using your chest, not
Oh,
chess itself. But yeah,
I mean that would be fun. That would also be fun, but I think that would be a different kind of sport.
oh my gosh,
That'd
that's
definitely
awesome.
be a more spectator sport, you know.
Oh my goodness, oh my god. Okay, see, snort a poopas. Oh, chess boxing. I thought you said chess boxing, so I was saying titty punching. Exactly. That's what I was thinking of. It's like, hey, but hey, that's awesome. Hey, you learned something new tonight, folks. That is awesome to hear. Whoopa, glad he brought something new in for us tonight. So that might have woken us up in some ways.
Yeah.
Snort Poop is getting relaxed there now. He's up involved again, so that's good. We got 10 people here. It's amazing, you guys. You guys are great.
Ooh.
Yeah, woo, definitely woo, and I appreciate you. Thanks for jumping on with me for a few minutes and taking a random detour on some of this stuff. Appreciate it.
Detour with the dad mans.
Exactly. Yeah, you're like your kid, throw you in the back seat and hop in the car and go for a ride.
Are we there yet?
Oh yes. Oh yeah. You were coming with that in the background with the "Are we there yet? Are we there yet?" And we had to stick you between Stunning and Lisa because of them picking on each other. So
Oh, that's right.
yeah, exactly. Sorry, you had to get stuck in the middle of that. So but hey,
We get ice cream.
yes, we can. Oh, question though. Let's do the question. Okay, we got 10 people here. I'm gonna let's see. Let's do this. Let us do a poll. I'm gonna ask you first. This won't be the poll, but Dairy Queen. Do you like Dairy Queen? Do you have a Dairy Queens around you?
Yeah, I like Dairy Queen.
Okay. In the old days, before you were born, you could only get Dairy Queen and vanilla. They added chocolate over the years. So as a kid, I was like, why don't I have chocolate? Now, as an old fart, I'm like, chocolate is a blasphemy. They used to have your vanilla and you just dip it in the hard shell chocolate. So at Dairy Queen, do you prefer the vanilla or do you prefer the chocolate?
I prefer the vanilla. I think it's a classic, and it's always pretty good.
Mm-hmm. All right. And while I'm doing this, I'm going to say, which flavor ice cream do you prefer? All right. We are going to go with this. We are going to go standard chocolate. And actually, I got a dad man story to tell you about this one in a second. Chocolate. Hell, JT Kirk, I see you out there. Give me a second. Let's see. That's a chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. That's it. So would you, all you out there, chocolate? I would put other, but there's not really an other that would fit. Actually, you know what? Actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to call it Neapolitan. You know what that is, right?
Yeah, that's just all of them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a stripe bar, like a Candyland. It had chocolate, vanilla, strawberry. So chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, or Neapolitan, which is all three together. No, dadgummit. Damn it, Mark. I mean, I'm going to have to start, damn it, JT, with this. Because you see, he said okra flavor. And good morning. Good day, Sita. Good to see you today. All right. JT Kirk, hell to you, too.
Good I don't want okra flavor, that's for sure.
No lime sherbet. Yeah, okra flavor. Well, you know what happened with this one? I don't know. Were you around for our stream where we did the chat? I think it was a chill chat, and we ended up talking about the 10 worst mascots.
Oh, the Fighting Okra? I remember that.
The Fighting Okra, right? Were
you
around for that one?
I think so, because I remember
that. Okay. Well, that's what he keeps coming back with, is that lives forever.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And JT, I just sent you something through the DMs. So, but yeah, and good morning to you. We are in the evening over here, 9:41 on the East Coast of the great USA. having fun with the great Whoopa Troopa. We've not talked in a while, and I'm glad to have you here with me, friend. And we've talked a little college football. I stopped playing the game for a little bit, so we'll may get back to that. If not, we'll see what topics we want to talk about. Well, actually, Whoopa, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and start another round if you want, and we can talk during the game. That's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, we'll do it, and we introduce some new people to this game. If you have not been a part of one of these streams before, feel free to ask questions about this. This is a wonderful game that we have called Ticket to Ride, and let me get the thing brought up here. It's a board game, and it's a game that I purchased off on Steam. So it's here. Oh, it's almost 4 a.m. there. Well, either you're getting up, getting started, or you're having a really fun late night. So a few weeks ago, Lisa and Hungry Boy, and I don't remember if JT Kirk, JT might have been there, but we started a stream at 2:15 in the morning because I couldn't sleep on a Saturday night or Friday night, Saturday morning. What was it? Saturday night, Sunday morning. And then all of a sudden, it was 7 o'clock in the morning. The sun had come up. And here he is, hail to the captain, JT Kirk.
Oh,
Hail, and damn it, Mark.
Hail to you. Damn it, Mark. That's also one of our great greetings around this channel. So great to see you tonight. How are you doing?
I am doing all right. Thank you. Enjoying a nice, cool 60-degree evening before the 100-degree heat's on its way. And hail to Whoopa Troopa. Good evening.
good evening, sir.
Well, when we say good night to a good evening to Whoopa and you, JT Kirk, let's say good night to Snort of Poopas. Going to hit the pillows. The eyes won't stay open. Have fun chasing choo-choos. We will do that, sir. Thank you for coming in. And hey, great to hear that you're all good and safe down there. And I'll try to catch up on rest and especially having air conditioning again tonight.
Yeah, sweet salmon dreams, Snort.
Yes, exactly. Now, Sita, I believe you're overseas. I think I remember it. You're and football. You talk about J League, C League. Is that well? We call it soccer. Is that the international football? But I'm willing to talk football, international football. Would you believe that, Whoopa?
I don't believe it.
I did. I actually had a guest. Miss Martin Muses came on, and we talked the women's World Cup a little bit. We actually talked some soccer. So yes, I will talk on any sport. And look, Stunning and Masters created hockey.
Yeah.
It's a great game. Right. So,
I like to see Bayern Munich, but I don't know my head from a hole in the ground when it comes to European soccer. So,
the Japanese soccer league. The J League is the Japanese soccer league, and oh wow, that's interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, see, a sport that the missus and I love is rugby. And the C League. Let's see, phone. I'm just trying to figure out what country that is. I can't really find it there, but but the missus and I love rugby. That was one of our favorite ones to watch. Have you ever watched rugby? Oh, hey, can y'all hear me?
oh yeah.
Just kidding. And Sita, don't worry. Hey, Sita, don't worry and don't apologize. I think it's cool. I like learning new stuff because I was not familiar with the names of those leagues. I think that's awesome. I'd love to talk soccer. There will be time to talk any type of sport anybody wants to at some point. So, but yeah, exactly. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us tonight. So JT, what's on your agenda tonight? What's going on? We'll talk as I bring the game back up.
And, just same stuff, taking care of the little kids and living life that way. I got stuck in traffic for 2 hours on the way home because they tore up half the highway, and that's just life now.
Oh boy.
And looking forward to a long Labor Day weekend for those of you in the U.S. and I think Canada. Monday is a national holiday.
Yeah.
So I've taken a few extra days on the back end of that too, off from work.
Cool.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we had an unplanned couple of days off this week here because of weather. So I'm like, I may have to work Labor Day just to try to catch up because I have to have a project done by the end of September. So it's one of those crazy things. So, um,
But everybody's well.
yep, everybody's well
Mhm.
here, um, um, and yeah, everybody is well. Sorry, I got a message from somebody that I had to respond to there. It's kind of one of those breaking news days type things where things happen, things move, and it's like I've got to have the head on the swivel. If
Oh,
if our
sure.
if our friend Lisa was here, she's like, "You're multitasking again," and like would be. I know I suck at multitasking. I
Now, if
can't
you can
talk
only do
and
that at work, right?
I can do that manageably, but the young people get tired of me and they think I'm a tyrant because I'm always like keep things moving. And it's like anyway, but oh gosh. Caesar says New England as rugby. The players are much bigger than the ones in soccer. See, and going into rugby, that's a sport that I really like to watch. I still have never understood the rules of it up to the degree. I know um, you get to the line and touch the ball down to get the score, and I guess as close to the poles yard is where your conversion kick kind of happens. I know I'm tripping up on describing it. So, Sita or any of you other rugby experts out there, you feel free to correct me if you need to. But it's a wonderful game to watch the just the brutalness of it, and it's really a tough man sport. Um, because what we JT, Whoopa, you're both American footballers. The rules in these sports are becoming more coddled. Player safety, and we don't dismiss that. I mean, you want people to be safe. There's long life type of things, but what's happening is a lot of the controversy coming over is the rule changes, like protecting the quarterbacks, protecting the receivers to the point where you almost can't play the game anymore.
Right.
Like the linebacker, the safety smashing the receiver coming over the middle, or the Tom Brady rules and things like that. But rugby
Mhm.
is one of the sports that we like to watch because here an example with this guy got his head busted open. They pulled him to the sideline, duct taped his head. Seriously, no bandage, no gauze, just duct taped his head, and he went back into play.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's how rough it is. So, but I sorry, there was a question in there. But what do you think? I mean, have y'all much experience with rugby, or y'all, or
I have excuse me. I have never actually watched more than maybe 20 seconds of rugby. So if there were a way we could watch a game and try to figure it out,
mm-hmm,
that would be cool. I have no idea where to even find like an example of good rugby where you could learn from it and try to figure out the rules. Um, so
mm,
yeah, I just know basically what you see on a commercial,
yeah.
nothing else.
Well, sometimes ESPN's had like some of the sixes or fives or nines, the nines. I think there's like the mini squad. I think they're called the nines. It's a tournament around the world, and then they have the regular full squad of players. Uh, so they have different types of things that you can watch. It's really cool, especially if you get the world tournaments and things like that. But just from the sheer stand-up point, it's really really interesting to watch from the physicality. You get your scrums, you get the
Hmm.
guys that get lifted up on there, and then I just really really cool. It's like Australian football, but even tougher. I mean, things like that. But Whoopa, have you had any familiarity with that?
No, I have very little familiarity with rugby. I watched like a rugby movie once, and that's
Hmm.
about the most I've had experienced of it.
Yeah. Well, we I tell you what was really cool is watching the missus. Two sports to watch the missus play: uh, hockey and rugby. Oh, she'll get into it. She'll get into it. My leg has done that, has I felt it a few times before because especially when there's good hard hitting sports, it's like she will get into it and crashes. Watch her in a live hockey game. It's even better. But yeah, it's fun, and we'll have to do that sometime and take a look at it. So Masters says during my time in Australia and England, I love to watch rugby on Sundays. It was long enough to sober up.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, hey, And then the problem with the Americans are drinking, they forget how bad their teams are in America usually. So,
Oh yeah,
Yep.
especially the Lions.
especially but y'all had a good year though this last year though. Y'all won all those games in a row. I mean, sadly, y'all missed the playoffs, even though you ruined it for, even though you did ruin the Packers season. So our friend Jess is happy, because everybody as she said last night in our football stream, as long as everybody agrees Green Bay sucks, then everything's good.
I mean, I guess there are so many years where you miss the playoffs by a million games. It seems, that unless you make the playoffs,
Mm-hmm.
it's a failure. Because if you miss the playoffs 3, 4, 5 years in a row and you don't make it again, yeah, okay, you might have 7 wins instead of 5, but it still doesn't feel very good.
No, it doesn't. But you guys have hope, though. I think that's the good thing. There's hope.
We can go into that when I'm on your football because I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to ruin it, but you can probably
Okay.
tell I'm not quite as optimistic as you.
Well, I tell you what, y'all ended up over 500 this year for the first time in so long. So, oh my
Right.
gosh, Jess, you're pulling the new stunning. Yes, she came in talking right to Jess. So, yes, we are talking about you, Jess. Yep, about the quote last night about as long as we disagree, as long as we all agree that Green Bay sucks, everything's good. So that's well, we can. We've I'm going to pull the game back up and kind of chat about the game, but Sita's opened the door to another sport that we could talk about a little bit that I'm not as familiar with, and I've debated doing a stream with it, but I don't know enough about it. Others have done it on YouTube, but ice hockey is very popular in Sweden. So,
Ooh, I see.
so let me do one thing as y'all get your thoughts together with that. I'm going to bring the game back up onto the stream. If you're not familiar with this game, Ticket to Ride, what you're trying to do is you have to draw 2 cards at the beginning. You're trying to pick them for the most points to complete the train routes with your cars. Like we start with 45 train cars, and we try to fill up our routes. Also, a bonus is the person that makes the longest consecutive train on the map. I'm playing against 2 bots, Marge Lobot and Marge Large Ass, because Large Ass is the red, just because I like to call them dumb names. And what you will see is the cards are facing up. You can take 1 wild card faced up. If you do, you can only pick 1 card. Otherwise, you get to take 2 cards. Now, if you take a card that's face down, yet it is a wild card, you do get to draw your second card. So that's the thing. And so if you want to ask questions while I'm playing, while we're talking, please feel free. We're showing off this game. And hey, Lisa, I know you're lurking. I'm really ultimately multitasking tonight, my friend. So hey, so I'll get started with that. But let's see. Jess says, "I hockey." That means to say Detroit sucks. Go Hawks! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh gosh! Well, I know you got to be a Red Wings fan, right, JT?
Yeah. She's gonna get me all animated here.
Oh, that's okay. I can send Jess the link too. But I think Jess is at work tonight. And there you go. Hey, what's a thing without some rivalry? That's before we get into hockey. And I do want to for Sita comment with that. We talked about a little bit, and I want to ask you now, JT Kirk, a little bit with the conference realignments, which I call the conference destruction, really destruction of the college football world, with the natural rivalries that are going to be going away, like Washington State, Oregon State, Texas. Texas and Oklahoma are at least moving to the same conference, but there are traditional rivalries.
No one likes Texas
destroyed. What are your thoughts? This is the first time I think we've really had a chance to actually talk about that publicly since everything has transpired.
Yeah, I don't really see an issue with rivalries going away because you cannot. Well, for 2 reasons. One, if you really want to keep the rivalry, just play that team before you get into conference play. Or in the case of Alabama, when you're playing an easy team before you play Georgia the following week, right?
Right.
You can still have them on your schedule. You just have to give up What did you call those teams the other night?
The paycheck
Goldilocks?
games. The
Paycheck.
paycheck games,
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. The paycheck game. You just have to take one of those off your schedule and actually give your fans a game they'd actually more want to watch instead of playing, the community college from down the street.
Mhm.
So I don't see it as an issue there. And especially as they'll probably only be adding more games to the schedule in the future. It's inevitable, right? Is the next step.
Yeah.
I think that you'll still get those rivalries in if they're
Well,
actually important to you. And number two, okay,
mhm,
so you have old rivalries, you can make new ones, right? There's always an opportunity to make a new rival out of some other team, and sometimes that's good history.
mhm,
Yeah, for every Michigan State, or uh, you name it,
mhm,
Michigan, Ohio State. I'm Big Ten country, so those are the ones I'm going to name.
right.
You can always make a new rivalry, and it can be sometimes even more intense, right? So I mean,
Mhm,
look at the NBA with some of those teams that play each other. Yeah, it's not the rivalries maybe that you saw in the '80s, but um, LeBron versus any other team, for example, will get
mhm.
you some intense rivalry action. So I don't see it as necessarily killing the game or killing enthusiasm. It's different, and that's fine.
Well, the one thing that I kind of point out, those the destruction of the rivalries, is because other cases where it's been presented, it's not happened. Like specifically Texas A&M. That was one that did not continue, and that was used to be a Thanksgiving Day or Thanksgiving weekend game. Right
Mhm.
at the end of the season. So a lot, and like you said, though, that comes down to, will they be willing to give up certain paycheck games or certain guaranteed number of home games? That happened with Florida and Miami many years ago, back in the '80s, where Florida. I agree, Florida's dodged Miami in the great years. But as a Florida fan,
Mhm.
I loved playing the Hurricanes. But the school decided they always used money, or the needing so many home games, to justify not playing them home and away, because it did take away from a home game when you had to promise a return road
A
trip
one and
every
one,
year.
right?
Yeah, one on ones, and it just really, it truly was frustrated to me. So practically I've seen, that's why I'm considering the destruction of them. Like the Pac-12 alone is Washington State had an Apple Cup, the Oregon State, Oregon,
Oregon State.
yeah, Civil
Mhm.
War. They're they're about to, that's a huge thing, with a lot of blood between the two schools, and just, those type of rivalries will probably well, unless there's a financial incentive. How do you keep them going? Because like Whoop and I were talking about, if Washington State and Oregon State are left in the Pac-12, then um, you know, with whatever they can bring up in it, if they can save the conference, they're probably not going to generate the revenues they did. So then they'll suffer in recruiting. To Will the Big 12 actually still reach out to play at a Pac-12 school like them, like Oregon State, or will Washington and Washington State focus on their home games and their conference schedule?
And there's all those questions at play, right? There's so many moving pieces. I don't know. I think you let the game settle down for the next 5 years after this,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe a little more, and just see how things settle down. I think if you try to throw predictions too far into the future, you don't. We don't really know what all this conference reshuffling will actually do. It may do a lot less than you think,
Mm-hmm.
right? But
Yeah.
see, I think some of these rivalry games might be good for fans, but some of them are more tradition than they are rivalry games. And
Mm-hmm.
so who knows? What I do want to see is the disappearance of the paycheck games, because I
Exactly.
don't want to pay money, commute, give up my Saturday or my Sunday, get out there and then just see them whomp them by 100 points, like Ohio State likes to do on their paycheck games, um, just to run up the stats early in the season. Or, you see them play their second or third string against a team, and you see like Wisconsin get over Ball State like 21-7. I don't want to pay for that
Boston.
game as a fan,
No, exactly. It's like an NFL preseason game,
Yeah, yeah, and it's just not worth it to me. Some people don't care. I know a lot of people don't care. The people that are paying for those seats, especially for the season ticket holders,
Hmm.
or people that don't go to the game more than once every decade or so. They're like, oh, okay, that team. I just want to see somebody win. Well,
Hmm.
sorry,
Yeah.
I don't want to see them win that way.
Yep.
So I'm cautiously optimistic about the reshuffle. Now, the
Well,
bigger issues I do see are not necessarily the rivalry breaking up issues. Is more of the home and away
Mhm.
issues because the Big Ten schools, you know, I hate that they do this, but frankly, it's probably the only way they're going to get on some of the TV spots in more regions. But the Big Ten loves to put games at noon Eastern.
Yeah.
And for people in an international audience, noon Eastern is what 4 hours behind. So
I
you're
think
looking
five in
at
the UK. I think five in the UK. Sita, if you're there, I don't know if Sita may know, like with Sweden, what the time
oh
difference is.
I
I know
I'm
at
I'm
least
talking
five for
about
UK.
I'm talking about like if you're in New York City versus LA. Like
Oh,
if it's
I
noon
thought
in
you
New
were
York
talking
City, it's
international.
what like
I thought you said international. That's why I was looking
oh
westward.
yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
for the international folks. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to say like if there's a game in Big Ten country on the eastern part of the country that starts at noon, it's only 8 a.m. in California, Oregon, Washington. So what ends up happening is if you get a team like Oregon that joins the
Hmm.
Big Ten, Michigan State wants to keep their game at noon because
Hmm.
they want to get into a larger TV audience, and they foolishly think college kids won't drink as much, which is totally not true. And then you get a team like Oregon playing. Well, who's going to wake up for an 8 a.m. football game on a Saturday morning?
Well, you laugh at that, uh, but you know what? It's seeming to get earlier and earlier sometimes. I mean, uh, who would have ever thought we'd have 11 o'clock kickoffs?
Right.
And many times in the big whoop, I think your Big 12 schools have run into that. I know some of the SEC schools in the West have had those 11 o'clock start times. Auburn may be one.
Oh,
Whoop,
I don't know
yeah,
if Whoop is still there.
I,
Who? What? Me?
yeah, yeah, yeah. The 11 o'clock start times local, uh, because of 12 o'clock Eastern set games.
Oh well, Eastern time. Not everything runs on Eastern time. You gotta get used to it.
There we go, my friend. There's the Central Time Zone at its. But yeah, because it's really odd. I think Florida went and played Texas A&M last year, and it was 11 o'clock local time. And it's just, to me, you shouldn't start before noon local time. It's just the thing with me. But now, I mean,
Well, it
or
was
like,
noon local time. Just not
well,
your time.
it was, and I think some of the Pac-10 12 games have started even earlier, like 10 a.m. Eastern, because of some of the scheduled times that they're having. And it's
And
weird.
they think, oh, I'm going to get a larger TV market, but who in Colorado is watching Michigan State, Oregon? So I'm going to round that down to zero pretty quick. You know,
Yes.
it maybe for advertisers you get a little bit more money, but for your actual fans, I would argue that that's really bad. It's just a
No.
really bad way to go. And how do you make lifelong fans? Well, you do get some by winning, but most teams don't get to win. That's
Hmm.
why, most teams are losers, right? You can only have one winner at the end of the day. And you make a lot of these fan bases by people in your local area, the local team
Hmm.
thing, but people that go to your university or college.
Hmm.
That's how you build
Exactly.
your fan base, the alumni. And when you're doing your alumni dirty, it it just doesn't smell good, right?
Yeah. So as a Big 12 fan, a Big 10 fan, God, these two conferences have flip me up with the damn big in front of them. But did you like the way? I mean, I think you probably did. You've added really quality teams between UCLA, USC, Oregon, and Washington. You've got to be excited about that, or are you kind of see? I'm kind of mixed as an SEC fan. Adding Texas and Oklahoma just makes a harder league even more competitive, you know. And what is it like right
Hold
now?
on, did you say
Middle of the pack?
competitive in Texas in the same sentence? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, you know, okay, just go with me with the theory. Okay, the theory is that it would be competitive, but yeah. But JT, what about? I mean, do you like what's happened in the Big 12?
It's hard to really think about what's going to happen with that. Not only just for football, but for basketball. To me, I look at when the Big Ten added Maryland, Rutgers, and Nebraska to the Big Ten, right? And when they did that, Maryland and Rutgers are for the Metro Washington, D.C., Baltimore TV area, which is millions of people. And then
Mm-hmm.
Rutgers is in, what is it,
New
New
Jersey.
Jersey, near New York City. They're hoping for that Northeast TV market, which I think is dominated by plenty of other teams. But hey, that's just me. Then pulling in Nebraska is to try to pull away from the Plain states and get a presence out there. Maryland and Rutgers are basically just basketball schools. Well, Rutgers like an either nothing school for any of those.
Yeah.
And the problem with Nebraska is I think they really faded in the national eye. And in some of it's their own coaching and recruiting and all this and that. But they became a smaller fish in a bigger pond. Not to offend the fans in the conference they left, but was it the Big 12? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you add more of these teams,
Mm-hmm.
see, I think UCLA, USC, you know, these types of teams, you knew them on the West Coast and they were big names out there, but are they still going to be big names that you actually want to see in years 2, 3, and 4? Or is my own school going to become one of those forgotten about teams? When you break up the regions,
I agree, and that
these conferences used to be regional, right? And when you break that up, that takes one piece out.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you start making them too big, that takes just more and more pieces out. So, you know, your team doesn't mean as much.
Right. No,
right?
I agree.
So
I agree. And I think this thing is about the competitive balance. So, and to the people watching this, we are still talking sports with multitasking and playing this game Ticket to Ride, and where I'm trying to get these cards to actually right now I'm finishing a Chicago to LA. So I'm going to take a couple orange ones here, trying to get the Lake City to Las Vegas line going. But I got Whoopa Troopa and the great JT Kirk with us for now. We're having a chill chat, kind of random topics that come up. I'm sure we'll get to some food. Let me finish this game while we're doing this. And we'll come back.
I'm glancing at the chat for you here. B from O is asking, in our opinion, what makes the rivalry? Is it the fans, the teams, the distance between the teams, etc.?
Or or is it something that happens between the schools? All right. Well, who wants to take that first? I
think there's a lot of it is the history. I mean, rivalries. If you face, it has to be. There has to be some repeated tension there. If it's just like tension once, it's not gonna stick. There's also, I think, and I think, history plays a lot, just because, like, when I went to Baylor, they're like, okay, we hate TCU. And I'm like, what? And they're just like, well, you just do. I'm like, okay. Like, it didn't take me a lot of convincing, but like things that people do. So there was a big thing that, and this was a thing, we have a RG3 statue outside of our stadium because, it's kind of a big deal. Only Baylor Heisman winner. And TCU people went and spray painted that. Well, that's going to cause some problems. People are not going to take kindly to that. And I still remember that. What, 8-9 years later? So it's just, things, when people do stuff like that, and in the end, I mean, I I say I like that. Obviously, I didn't like that they did that, but as far as things go, the spray paint is not that hard to get off. It's I'd rather have something like that where it's like some dumb some dumb college kids did something that's like easily fixable rather than they did some serious property damage or something like that, because then it's gonna get real heated.
Yes.
But yeah, stuff like that, that keeps the rivalry fresh in your brain, I think. And yeah, it's a lot of the repeated matchups and just the when people do stuff against you, you like to remember it more. I still remember Texas. In Texas, I wouldn't say is a rivalry because we didn't play them. Like anytime I remember playing them, it's like we weren't really. It wasn't as high stakes. I think the stakes matter a lot too. But like I remember we were playing in my freshman year there at Baylor, and we were on our third string quarterback, and Texas barely beat us, and they were acting like they won the damn national championship.
I'm like, you told me about that one before, yeah.
It was so frustrating. It's like we are out of contention. We're playing our third string quarterback who was never supposed to play, and you still barely beat us. And you're supposed to be big, mighty Texas, like so you can barely beat little old Baptist Baylor over here with our injury-riddled squad. It was so I can't stand Texas fans. They're the most annoying people.
No.
Well, that's not true because Oklahoma fans are also terrible. They cheered once when our guy got hurt. I'm like, you guys are just assholes.
Oh, gosh. Oh, well, I will take a stab at it real quick. But for people looking at the game here, we got a wild card. So I'm going to do this where I'm going to take 2 reds and a wild card to complete that little loop there. I'm going to try to drop down into Los Angeles to finish this wonderful game. This is why I love playing this game on a stream, because we can actually do multiple things at one time. And I appreciate you guys coming on and while I'm playing this and chatting, and we can have a good time with all this. And but I and see Master's saying for his part, it's more than cool to hear all this from the first hand. And he thanks you, Whoopa. Yeah. Exactly. So, and I tell you, to me, I think rivalries are those things that happen naturally, and sometimes they change over time, and it depends on perspective also. Because last year, in one of my, because I'm an old fart, you little youngsters like you, Whoopa, and stuff like that. JT's even a youngster compared to me.
Oh, come on now.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. But seriously, I had a guy, one of my Fortnite buddies that played last year. We played with, had him on representing Georgia, and it was and I was surprised because I'm thinking all Florida, Georgia and Florida, biggest rivalry, the only rival. You got some other schools out there, but from his standpoint, he came in and said Auburn as the Georgia was his biggest rival. And I found it interesting, and a lot of it had to do with it. I guess as he grew up, Florida was dominating in the years, and those so it's so one-sided, and Auburn was more challenging. But it was interesting with the age and experience how the perspective differed, because I lived in where they play. It's been gone back for so ever long, been the world's largest outdoor cocktail party, all this stuff going on. All the history, all the drama with Georgia beating Florida, even when Florida had better teams and stuff. And then it just, the years when it built up to me was Florida could never beat Georgia. And then finally Florida beat them all the time, but it still became that rivalry. And it just is. So I think there's a lot of factors that go into a rivalry. I do think PR, I think the two schools can play it up a bit, They can also deny it. They say somebody's not a rival. Go ahead, Whoopa.
Oh, I was going to say, and that's not a football example, but it's something I thought of, like Toronto and Montreal in the NHL used to be a real big, or no, was it Toronto and Ottawa or Toronto and Montreal? No, I think it was Toronto and Ottawa. It was a big rivalry, and those guys really went at it. But then, like, it's kind of faded, because Ottawa and Toronto were just so bad for so many years, and like they got other boogeymen. Like Toronto kept losing to Boston in the playoffs every year when they finally did make it, and Ottawa was playing other teams, and it's kind of like it's still a big, it's still not like they're buddy buddy and everything, but it's just because they were bad for so long, and when they were good, they kept playing different teams in the playoffs. It just kind of drifted apart as much. I'm sure it could be rekindled, but just it's not the big rivalry anymore.
Well, let's change sports here. Jess had made this point earlier that Chicago, the Blackhawks, and the Red Wings keep getting separated by NHL realignment, yet the rivalry is still there.
Now, Chicago just doesn't like anyone.
Oh,
no, but it stays there because part of it is history and part of it is distance. Some of these universities and collegiate sports, the distance may only be, they're in the same town, right? With professional sports, the distances tend to be much greater. But in terms of NHL teams, Detroit to Chicago is pretty darn close. And, they have the history of both being original six. And I think there's been enough bad blood with incidents, history on the ice between each other and comments and things like that, that Detroit Chicago thing is never going to be mended. Even if one is in the Western Conference and one is in the East.
Really?
It's more everyone hates Chicago. Well, everyone hates the Red Wings too. People don't realize this, but before the mid 20 teens, Detroit had a playoff run that spanned over 2 decades. In fact, they had teams like the Colorado Avalanche that have been around most of my life that had a shorter existence than the Red Wings had a playoff run. So, I mean, it was just assumed that the Red Wings were going to make the playoffs every year. Yeah. And so there is a lot of hate peddled around the NHL for the Red Wings. And, I'm not going to say they ever did anything dirty because I'm a fan. But some people say they were dirty. They did like hiring a lot of people from the former Soviet Union in there that were just amazing. So players you're only going to see once in a generation. But
let's see. I'm going to finish up this game right now, right here, and we're going to focus on that in just a bit. So let me go ahead and lay the last card, and let's see how the results go in this. So hopefully, if y'all been hanging with us, you understand the game. Hopefully, you like it and have some fun with it when we do this. So we'll see what happens here. See if I don't think I'm starting off way behind everybody else, and did get 4 cards. Hope I'm going to be banking on the longest route because see they have not even. There you go. See they had the Big Daddy route, so green is going to win again, I believe. Whoa! No! Whoa! That's. Oh, well, I think red large ass is going to win now after that one. Oh, and she had the longest route too. So, yeah, cards Marge low butts in green, Marge large ass is the one in red. So, hey, wow. Ended in last. So. It's okay.
That's what you get for multitasking.
That's okay. That's cool. Having you guys come in and hang out a little bit. And so, yeah, the results are you lost all the way long, I guess. Yes. No, I won't finish as champion. But, hey, I am a champion because I got 9 of you here hanging with me, chatting. I got Whoopa Troopa here talking and JT Kirk with us. And we're going to get a little bit more in some of the sports stuff we have here. So, like Jess said, everybody, it's more like everyone hates Chicago. Oh, my goodness. Master said Hamburg Sports Club versus St. Pauli, also in Hamburg. 1994, first stadium, then Reaper Bond, then riots, and jail. So just one night, but I do remember. Hey, AFK, we are still going. The offer still stands if you want to, because I would love to talk that one subject. So, hey, but we are having fun, definitely. Thanks for getting back here. So,
I would say not everyone hates Chicago teams. Bulls were super popular in the 90s.
Yeah.
Super popular.
Yeah, they were one. I mean, people like to hate the Cubs, though. You know, they either love or hate the Cubs, but and the Bears, like down here. I don't think really people in the South really have a feeling one way or the other of the Bears. You know,
Let's
that
see.
type of thing.
I don't know if everybody
I-
hates the Cubs. It's more like people don't like
Yeah,
Cubs fans.
I
Cubs
really.
fans are annoying.
I hate
Yeah.
the Cubs. Well, here, let me hold on a second. Let me. Man, there we go. I hate the Cubs. Screw those guys.
Yeah, my team
they
usually
won
plays the
one.
White Sox, and we don't care about the White Sox at all. I mean,
Nah, the White Sox are fine.
whatever.
I don't really care.
And they're from
They're not-
Chicago.
It's the Cubs we're after, you know. They get one World Series in 108 years, and they forget how to act, you know.
Well,
Yeah, I know.
they pick up so many bandwagon fair weather fans. It's like, okay, the Cubs are pretty close to, oh gosh, I can't even, maybe Dallas, the NFL.
Oh yeah, I got one. I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan from the '70s when I watched you know, they were America's team. They were on all the time and stuff like that. Well, you know, I followed them. I really legitimately followed them, loved them, and stuff like that. So and then of course you got to deal with all the people with the, well, you're fake or this, that, and the other. And I will tell you that translated to Cubs one year when I was at Disney, and I was in the elevator in the Contemporary Hotel, and some, you know, which is not cheap, it's an expensive hotel, and this Cub fan saw me with my hat, and he's like, "Oh, a Cubs fan." And he heard I know he had to hear my Southern accent. He's like, "Oh, I bet you're a Sammy Sosa fan," and I could hear from his tone. I'm like, you know, actually, I go back further. I'm more of a Ron Say fan, Larry Boa fan, Jody Davis fan. I would name half the friggin' roster of the '84 friggin' Cubs.
Mm-hmm.
And this was like 2000s. Oh, I guess you are a Cubs fan. Then it was like up yours and to the left, you know, because like you said, that elitism came in a little bit, you know, and it was like annoying to deal with when somebody. I mean, you sit here cheering for a team and somebody insults you like that. It's like, dang. Yeah, I've never been to Chicago. I've never been to New Jersey, but I'm a New Jersey Devils fan. Never been to Oregon, but I'm an Oregon State Beavers fan. So
the Cubs also had that cheater face, Sammy Sosa.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, I refuse to answer that guy's question on Sammy Sosa for that reason, because I knew that was a loaded question when it came in. But let me welcome in another great friend of this channel on an impromptu chill chat stream that's become a wild rockin' party tonight at 10:24 Eastern. We've gone about 3 hours now. Hey, it's the one, the only, the great AFK Bard. Hey, AFK.
Hey.
How are you tonight?
I'm good. Sorry for popping up way late.
Oh, you're fine. I would love having you here. Appreciate you being here. So, oh my God, you know, right in time, just on cue. Jess with as comes in Squeaker Mouse with and a Cowboys fan. And I thought we were friends.
Squeaker.
What's up?
Damn it, Mark. We just said that, you know. So Squeaker's the resident person that loves to give me crap about being a Cowboys fan. So and it's like, oh yeah, you ought to see the memes I get. So, but yeah, Squeaker, glad to see you tonight, and glad you're here. AFK, my friend, good to see you.
Right back at you.
You tweeted something real quick, and we're going to switch gears from sports, JT and Whoop, if you don't mind, because AFK, I know you talked about having a limited time, so.
Oh, right.
Really? Cool. Really, Squeaker? Really? You know, this shit. Okay. All right. She's coming and laying down the law on my Cowboys tonight. Yeah. But hey, listen, okay. Your tweet the other day about this jump scares in Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park, the 3D version's out in the theaters. 30th anniversary because it came out in 1993. You know, I don't think, were any of y'all born in 1993?
Born in 1993 itself, no.
Were y'all born as of 1993? Y'all are just like youngsters.
I was not.
You were not.
I plead the fifth.
Okay, that's fine. I already said I'm the old guy to JT Kirk. He's laughing, but yeah, but
No, I was around.
I know, but it's awesome. But
All
I
these
take
old
it. Did
people
you
are
see the
having
3D version the other day also?
I did. It was the
All
only
right,
version there.
all right, okay. Your tweet was wonderful about the jump scare and watching with your family and stuff. What do you love about that movie so much? Because I mean, I know you love to talk about it, and hey, feel free. This is your time to talk all you want with it. I'd love to talk.
I think I was just really impressionable at that age. I didn't really get to see a lot of movies when I was like super young. So like I
Mhm.
could count on one hand the ones that I remember. Like the first one I got to see because I was too young to go to see it Back to the Future 2. I had to see The Little Mermaid. So there was
Yes.
that. Uh, and then I saw a lot of like at home movies at the time, like things that were like being shown on like, I guess the equivalent of like Disney back in the day. Like they used to show like a free weekend. So my parents would like record them. God, this is really dating me. But the next big movie, there was two of them. I think Jurassic Park was next, but then I also remember Hook. But
Okay.
Jurassic Park was like the first, I think, movie where like I legit was like on the ground, kind of like there experiencing it. And it was so terrifying at the time and such a great story. I like movies or just stories in general where when you get to the very end, you immediately want to like start over and, watch it again. And I always think of that with like Jurassic Park. It's like,
Hmm.
sure, they're supposed to like play the music at the end. They're like, okay, roll the credits, goodbye. But I'm always like, okay, let's just skip the credits and go back.
Yes.
So yeah,
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, so had you ever watched it in the theater though previously?
Yeah. Also, to show my age, I also saw the 20th anniversary of Jurassic Park on the theater. But no,
Yeah.
I take any chance I get to see it. I love it a lot. I think it's paced perfectly.
Hmm.
And I think I mentioned it. I don't know. I talked a lot today to a lot of people on the phone and in my stream. But one
Hmm.
thing I was really made aware of was watching it with my niece. Like I've seen it so many times that like I know all the beats and it doesn't obviously scare me anymore, but I'm there for the experience.
Hmm.
But like watching her, I was realizing how well edited the movie is or just like paced was. Like there's that the whole bit where Ellie or Ellen or whatever, I'm spacing. She's trying to get the power back on to the fences, right? And
Right.
so at the same time, the Alan and the kids are trying to climb over the fence, and they're juxtaposed with each other, and I can see as like things are getting escalating. My niece is leaning forward in her seat because she's watching them climb up the fence, and she's like, "You gotta hurry! You gotta hurry! You gotta hurry!" So she's leaning forward because of that, and then it immediately cuts back to Ellie flipping the power on, really super close up with the camera, and it has the Velociraptor leap out behind her. And it was such an effective jump scare. My niece literally like jumped backwards in her seat. She's 13, I should add that. And it was
Right.
just like I was so happy because I was like, that is a good that is an effective jump scare. It doesn't require some like random like noise to like scare you, or the camera to jerk or something. It's like you literally are not suspecting something and it happens. So I guess that kind of reminds me of like that experience when I was experiencing it for the first time in the theater. And that's why I liked it. It was like all of these things that happened that like were very impactful.
Well,
Sorry
I
for
will tell.
rambling.
No, no, no. That's what I had. That's why we're here to talk and ramble and everything else like that. But that was exactly. Well, good night, Castle. Yeah, good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a
Bye,
long.
man.
It was Snorta Poopus checked out earlier, Castle. It's been a long few days here in Florida for a lot of us around here. So, uh, rest well, my friends. It's been a long week, and you know, the weekend is almost here. A couple more days, and hopefully we have no more drama this year, if you know what I mean. So, no more
What?
storms. They're
Nah.
not allowed to. They're not allowed to do it anymore. But you know that what's so cool with that scene that you talked about, what it meant to you, was you're talking about when the Raptor crashed through the through the when she flipped the switch and it came right through the metal, right?
Yeah, like the little fence
Yeah.
grating there.
Well, we were watching it the other night, and of course, we've both seen it forever in the theaters and stuff. Uh, and then the the that scene happened, and the missus like was sitting there, and then that burst through the thing, and she grabs me and like, like whoa! Talk about the effectiveness of the jump scare. Even though we'd seen it so many times, and she saw it, back on the big screen, it had that effect. And I, like you said, with that moment, I loved it because like I got squeezed and hugged, but it was like really cool, that emotion and that jump. You really felt like you got into the movie with it.
Mm-hmm.
It was an awesome movie, and that's really interesting that you picked that scene. And I did that with my kids as they grew up watching Star Wars, some of the other movies in the theaters. That watching them enjoy it, watching them get into it was always my, you get pleasure out of that from the youngsters coming behind you.
Yeah, yeah.
My oldest actually watched Attack of the Clones twice in the theater, which is a 2.5-hour movie, and she was 2.5 at the time.
Oh my God.
Well, the second time she's like, Daddy, when are they going to quit romancing and start fighting again?
After Anakin's been telling her about how.
Oh, smart kid, yes, and AFK, I think, hit the wrong button. You there, AFK?
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you now. You lost your avatar, though.
Oh, oops, sorry. Oh, well. I'm still here if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Cool. Oh, no, sorry. I don't even know what I was saying at this point. I'm derailing you.
No, you're not. It's awesome. But hey, it was good to see. What you were talking about on your own stream earlier was how you like this movie. It was your favorite movie and things like that. And so I like talking about this movie with people because you talked about the editing. I love the soundtrack. This is one of the movies that I saw, like I paid to see it like 10 or 15, 20 times. Well, not 20, but I saw it so many times in the theater for one reason. The music, to hear the music in the big professional environment,
Yeah,
the music's tied into all the scenes in the action in the movie also.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say I noticed that also. It's just like the music is so effective that you don't notice it a lot of times. I think some of the best soundtracks are soundtracks that blend seamlessly into scenes. And so like when you just like tune in, you're like, oh wow, oh hey, I can hear that. And it just kind of like you forget about it almost, but it kind of sets the mood for everything. And then it always like sweeps back in and swells in with like the main theme whenever it like wants to catch you by surprise.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely John Williams is a master, and because I tell you, I was talking about the Ahsoka show a little bit a while ago, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole again necessarily. But with that's one of the problems with Star Wars. In a Star Wars and theatrical presentation, you always have the music and the action tie together. It creates the ambiance and the mood for what you're seeing, whereas I've noticed in the Ahsoka, like on a TV show, the music is missing. The music is low keyed. It's not as tied to the action. Like, you have a Death Star running, and music pumps up, gets action, gets louder, and things like that. And I just, that might be one of the problems I have with it in episodic television, is because to me the music helps make the franchise. I couldn't imagine watching Jurassic Park or Indiana Jones without music.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you can find those super cuts on YouTube, but no, I know what you mean.
Exactly. So, but hey, anything else you want to talk about Jurassic Park? I know you love it.
Well, I always like to promote while I'm talking about it that if like people really like the movie and haven't read the book, I always say they really ought to read the book, because the book is also really good, but it's also has so many other things that the movie cut out that it's basically an entirely different story that you could also enjoy. So I recommend that to like everybody. Just read the book. As long as you're okay with, describing gore, of dinosaurs eating people, it's totally worth it in my book, in my opinion.
Yes.
Yeah. And you'll be surprised because some characters die that don't die in the movie, and vice versa, where some live. And heck, there's even a character that isn't in the movie that exists in the book that survives. So hey, surprises.
Yep. Exactly. It's really, really cool to see. There's also one tragic death that Hungry Boy reminded me of that the other night. That's in the book that he wouldn't describe, and I wouldn't either because
yes,
at the beginning, exactly, with the compies and stuff.
Oh, that was awful, but in like a great way.
Yeah, but it laid the foundation for the book, though.
Yes,
and that's the thing is the books are so much better. And if you don't mind, you had not read Jurassic Park 2, right?
Correct.
The book. Now you liked the movie, the second Jurassic Park, correct? The one with the T-Rex running through San Diego.
I liked like 75% of it, and then I thought the rest was bearable. And basically, the bearable part was them getting chased through the city.
Okay, I agree with you because that's not how the book was. Yeah. The book actually stayed on the island, on the research island, and without spoiling too much, there were areas of the island that the T-Rex would not even go. I mean, T-Rex chasing them, but they did not stop. There's because of a certain other type of dinosaur that was in there. And like you said, the point of reading the books is you learn a lot more about the character of some of these other dinosaurs and why they were dangerous. Everybody always defaults to the T-Rex, or the raptors, but each one were lords in their own areas and stuff. And it was really cool how that gets revealed when you read the book, and it just it gets revealed to you as you're reading and not necessarily just all done visually. So I know I love it. I love talking about it. I love your passion for books, though, AFK.
Oh yeah, well, hey, thanks. I like very specific books a lot.
Well, I tell you what, I don't read a lot. Reading is a little bit hard for me, but I will tell you that I hated The Firm so much. I've told this repeatedly, but I hated The Firm, the movie, so much with Tom Cruise that I actually went out and bought the book, and then I found out how good of a writer Grisham was. So
yeah, that's how it goes,
I know. Well, it was just bad. I was like, we were talking bad. I guess I was so insulted by the book with how unrealistic it was. I was like, I had to read the book because everybody bragged on Grisham, and I did. I loved it, and I picked up other books by Grisham and read them. So, and the fine thing. So, all right. But hey, folks, it's out in the theaters. 30th anniversary Jurassic Park. I actually tried to get Aang to go watch it last week when we were in Orlando. Aang wouldn't because like you said, it's a chance to see these movies in the theater. I will say a bright spot of 2020 with things that were shut down. I live in a state that really did not want to shut down and actually got back fairly quickly. And biggest challenge was in the movie theaters. They had to deal with foreign films or, the inventory was not there to show features. So you know what they did? They kept bringing back all the old movies. Well, one thing in 2020 was the 40th anniversary of Empire Strikes Back.
All right, yeah.
So it was in the theaters. I saw it only one time as a kid and once as an adult in the theater, but I went and watched that 2-3 times in the theater. But movies, my parents did not take me to movies as a kid or teenager either. They just didn't. It wasn't their thing. Movies I saw at the theater for the first time on the big screen: Raiders of the Lost Ark, Back to the Future.
Nice.
With the soundtracks and with the visuals, it was just amazing to finally get to see those. And like you said, the opportunity to see those old movies, you got to take advantage of them. And in 2020, it was only $5, which made it even better. But, I love to see those old movies on the big screen.
I got to say, though, I never got to see obviously the first time around the Star Wars movies when they were in theaters, but I got majorly disappointed and cheated out of it because they did that special release of all the original movies back like in, I don't know, the 1990s, right around the time that
98, 97, I think 97, because the missus and I went, we watched I bought tickets we could watch Star Wars Empire Jedi back to back to back.
Yeah, so
So
I
it's
was
cool.
like super excited because I was like, okay, I get to see it in the theater for the first time ever. This is gonna be awesome. But it was the version that George Lucas had changed, and that there was all this extra CGI and crap thrown in there.
Yeah.
And then they even got rid of my favorite song, which was Yub Nub, and I was so devastated. I was like, this is not the version of Star Wars I wanted to see for the first time in a theater. Like, I was just like so disheartened because literally, because of my age, the Ewoks were my favorite thing of Star Wars. Always was, always will be. And so I felt cheated with Yub Nub.
Well, I could imagine. I could imagine you did, you know.
Oops. Yeah.
A lot of people did like that, and it is different. The same feel to this day that I see with that is quite you know, it does make a difference. You know, it's frustrating to have something that you like so much that changed like that. So not all changes are good changes, you know.
Indeed.
But yeah, it's crazy. Sometimes you just leave it alone. It's like the whole controversy of Han shot first. Well, technically Han's the only one that shot, you know. So that's another classic debate of all time.
Well, there were no witnesses really, so in actuality, maybe Han never shot. So
there you go.
He's innocent until proven guilty.
Maybe Greedo just fell over face first.
That's true. Han was never convicted of anything in the court of law. So.
Yeah, I think Greedo just fell on the beam.
Exactly. Yes, I saw this, Masters. I saw this 100%. Yes. But yeah, it's Darth Maul coming back. Do you have an opinion on Darth Maul coming back, AFK?
I appreciate writing. Like, I'm always about writing and stories and whatnot. And so I feel like when you bring characters back from the death, like, it matters as far as like making things matter in a stories. And the more often it happens, the less impactful it is when characters get killed. So the fact that they literally sliced the guy in half and like had him fall down a tube and then, you know, come back kind of is a little annoying. I mean, in Star Wars, everybody, of course, can get thrown in a bacta tank, and apparently that'll heal you. But I mean, there used to be a sense of danger, at least in the original trilogy, and it kind of has diluted to the point where if we want to reference latest stuff, you know, you can get stabbed by a lightsaber through the gut and survive. So, so it's kind of like that. Yeah.
Which is hard, you know, because it, like I said earlier, I don't want to have to think that hard with some of these things. I just, like MST3K says, sit back and relax. It's just a movie, because there are times it's just like, I mean, I guess the debate on Twitter got to the point of, well, it didn't stab him through the spine like Qui-Gon did and stuff like that. And I'm like, are we really going to that level to just like
mental gymnastics?
Yeah, and the thing is, a lightsaber is supposed to be an elegant weapon. It's like, it's useless. It's like just you're getting stuck with a toothpick. You know,
pretty much.
That's just crazy. But hey, you know, another one of the wonderful debates. But see, we got to make the great Masters knows the issues, the hot button issues around here, which is this one right here. Don't know a second. We want an honest discussion about Darth Maul coming back. Yes. Oh my! I'm biting my desk. No, I have to be respectful to my guests. But go ahead, JT.
I think Darth Maul coming back is probably the single greatest moment in Star Wars in the last 15 years. Probably better than Rogue One. Maybe even better than Rey Skywalker / Palpatine herself. I mean, we've learned since Ahsoka now that lightsaber injuries are not that severe. You can come back from it. And Darth Maul with enhancements for legs is probably the way that we should have a lot of Star Wars characters go. I dare say Luke Skywalker with those legs would be something I'd also like to see. Maybe the two of them fighting.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, lightsabers are just like I feel like you could do more damage with the stick now than a lightsaber, I think. You just like hit them with sticks. Yeah, like who dies from a lightsaber anymore? It feels like no one.
Well, I mean, you used to have the lightsabers to fall back on because blasters were useless, but now lightsabers are useless. What you gonna do?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
exactly. The point
No
is
wars in Star Wars. That's what it is.
High stakes staring contest.
I mean,
And very slow walking.
you might almost just revert back to slug throwers because Beskar can stop blasters, and lightsabers are like poking somebody with your index finger. So, yeah, maybe
Yeah.
Ahsoka's going to go and, talk
Well,
to, yeah.
But she's got 2 toothpicks then, you know? She carries 2 toothpicks.
Hey, Ewoks had it right. You just got to club people with really big rocks, right?
That's true. It worked for them. So
Tree stumps
Exactly.
and logs, yeah.
Perfectly placed ahead of time, just coincidentally. Like,
Oh,
there's no way that they had those things like totally set up perfect walker height in case, they were inspired to go to war against the, I know I'm getting too picky about it. I
No,
love
no.
the Ewoks.
I
No,
love
you
this.
bring
No,
up
I love
something
this.
really funny
This is
there,
perfect, though. This is
AFK,
perfect.
is how much destruction those little tiny Ewoks rain down. If you look at the Empire Strikes Back Hoth scene, right, you don't see too many downed walkers, but what you do see in Return of the Jedi is the Ewoks just wrecking walkers left and right. So I mean, you could
Well, they
make
were
an
chicken
argument.
walkers, and the difference though, the Ewoks took on the chicken walkers. They didn't have as much armor as the AT-ATs, so there were technically difference. You had AT-STs versus the AT-ATs, so
That's fair. That's fair.
but still the Ewoks. So rudimentary weapons, give them credit. They fought. They just knew somebody was coming through. I like the magical felled tree logs that would just roll down the hill, take everybody out. The walkers out, or but you know what? They were smart little creatures though, because one of them had at least one of them had the presence of mind to grab the blasters and start using it. You remember?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And even one of them had took the jet, the little speeder.
Yeah. See, they could drive it automatically. They didn't need training. Smart little creatures.
So who would you rather have in Fortnite then, Dadman? Would you rather have an Ewok, or would you rather have Darth Maul?
Well, we already had Darth Maul. Let me do something real quick.
hold on. Can we have an Ewok Jedi?
Hey, we got 11 votes in our chat, in our poll.
Go
Which
for
flavor ice cream do you prefer? Chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, or Neapolitan? Strawberry and Neapolitan are tied. So hey,
I couldn't vote because I prefer Spumoni.
okay. That reminds me of that reminds me of, well, one, tell me about Spumoni, and then I'm going to talk about a real life Mrs. Dadman story, if you don't mind. But go ahead. What's Spumoni?
Oh heck, I don't know. It's a nice, awesome tasting ice cream that they always have at the Italian restaurant I go to, and I think it's got like little itty bits of like pistachio or something in there. I don't know. I'm not the best at describing it, but I like it a lot. It's green.
Jeez.
Ish.
Well, okay.
I do like
go ahead,
sherbet.
Whoopa.
I know it's not technically an ice cream, but that stuff is pretty good.
What was it?
Sherbet.
Oh, I love sherbet.
That stuff slaps.
So Dadman, Spumoni is like a gelato that you get, and they mix in like cherry or pistachio sometimes too.
Oh yeah, like the itty bitty bits of cherry, kind of like the kind you get in bread.
Yeah, not super thick, not like a pound cake or a fruit cake or anything, but just enough to kind of break up the consistency of just like a regular gelato type of thing. So.
Okay, I'm finding it actually right here. Hold on, let's see. Wow, Dadman multitasking again tonight, and
that's never good news.
No, it's not. So,
well, we had to talk about food at some point, right?
Exactly. We'll do it.
It was inevitable.
Yeah. Got to. Actually, I also want to show Mrs. picture what she made for dinner tonight. I put it on Twitter. So since we're still going, I'll do it here in a minute. But hey, this is what, at least I see it, and I misspelled it because I spelled it Spimony, not Spoomony. But hey, Who cares? I guess this is what it looks like. Does that look familiar? Because it looks like there's the little pieces there.
Yeah, I usually get it in ice cream scoops, though.
Oh, okay. Well, this is kind of an interesting presentation, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It looks tasty, actually.
it does. Yeah, it really does. I mean, it looks like it's a chocolate strawberry vanilla type of combination. Like a Neapolitan.
Only better.
Only
No, I
better.
swear, I'm not that snooty.
I'll take you at your word, but yeah, that looks good. It looks like there's all kinds of different variations of it. So, ooh, here's another one. Let me show this. Look at this. This presentation's definitely different. So, how about that with a cherry chocolate drizzle on top? Oh shoot, I need to remember to see. I did share it. It's taking forever to come up. Can y'all see it yet?
No, but it did for a second have a little swirly thing, like it was about to load.
I can still see the
map. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I need to remember not to shut down so quickly and do the default check. How did it go? I need to feedback that there's a delay. It's funny, from the Mrs. computer, there's no delay. This one it does. So, folks, you're looking at the puzzle that the Mrs. and her sister put together of battles of the Civil War. As you can see, blue are Union movements, red are the Confederate movements throughout the Eastern and part of the Western theater of the war. You starting with Georgia, you have about a couple of little engagements in Florida, but the main movements, you see Sherman's march from Atlanta down to the sea, and then to Savannah, and then you see Sherman's move north up into the Carolinas. We hope to get some of the battlefields in the Carolinas coming up in the Dead Man's. Hey, there we go. See, that was a long delay, though, folks. I apologize for it. That was way too long.
Oh, that looks good. Is that with marzipan?
What's that?
Oh, I was just wondering if that was with marzipan or anything.
I do not know. I'm looking at pretty pictures, but
see, there's delicious.
Yeah,
there's the nuts you were talking about. It's got the chocolate drizzle, cherries.
Yeah,
it looks like it might have a sponge cake.
Yeah,
kind of crust to the bottom of it too. So you'll get a lot more variation in texture and flavor.
Show us many more of these pictures, and we're going to expect delivery here.
Oh man! All right. Wow. Hey, no pressure. No pressure. Let's see where we go with this. Let me bring up another one if we can do that. All right. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. Y'all are doing good. Thank you for being here. We got 9 people still. Make sure you smash that like button. Sub if you haven't. Let's see where we go with some of this spumani. Ooh, different types of. Let's see. Ooh, Blue Bunny's got a version of it too. That is interesting. Just trying to see. Ooh, look at this version of it. Let me get it larger. This one's a little bit different.
Noise in the background.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about that.
I had to turn on the fan because I was late.
It's a nice ambiance.
Oh, hey, you got to be comfortable, Whoopa. You got to be comfortable.
It's hot. I mean, it's getting colder, but we're like fresh out of the hundreds, and I guess you're in Florida, so it's probably humid too. But like we're right next to Missouri and the Mississippi, so when it's hot, it's wet hot.
Oh man. Yeah. Do you not have a central air conditioning up there?
Oh, we do. We're not crazy. We're not like. That's one thing my friend always tells me in Europe.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we just don't have air conditioning. Like, what? Why? Like, I guess they have heating, but not like cooling. They're like, well, we only need it like for 1 week out of the year, really. And I'm like, that's 1 week enough for me to get it. Like,
well, especially if you got computer equipment and stuff too. But yeah, I did a stream with a Brit, and he showed me he bought one of those small portable ACs that you plug in. He's like, I'm not crazy. I'm just gonna do it. Use that sucker. Now I'm not sure what type of this is, but it says it's Spumani, and it's all kinds of different variations we've got.
Seriously, that looks delicious. And yeah, I think they all more or less taste the same. It's just like different colors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like that's what it is. Because if you look up just Google's the spumani, it comes in different. And Kraft has different recipes. This one that I'm going to bring up here has, is from a Kraft recipe book. This one is very interesting. I think this is one that I probably would try here. So, but hey, see. Oh, now see how quick that loaded up. Yeah.
Well, even the computer likes to look at it now.
Exactly.
Anytime you have like shaved chocolate on top, oh my god.
Mm-hmm. It is really interesting to see my friends. But yeah, I still think that's probably what a chocolate type there. Probably like green almost thinks like a key lime, but I wonder if it's like a lime. Of course, then you got the strawberry and the chip piece at the bottom.
The green might be almond too.
Could be almond.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm so based on chocolate, vanilla, strawberry. It's hard to branch out, but yeah, that's almond. Yeah, that could be interesting. But see, I wonder if the top layer. I mean, obviously there's like a cream, but the brown. I wonder if that is chocolate, or if that could be like a coffee. Any type of other type of brown
type of a thing.
Yeah.
See, I'm thinking it's chocolate shavings, then whipped cream or heavier whipped cream, then a chocolate mousse, then an almond, and then like a cherry, kind of like a gelato, and then a dark chocolate crust.
You're killing me.
Oh no, let's not kill AFK.
I really probably should go, but that was a lovely last image. But thanks for letting me hang in Bogart talking about Jurassic Park.
Hey,
you guys are really awesome.
Anytime, AFK. Anytime. Doors open for you. You're always great. And I know you were really chatty today. You were really excited. So I want to make sure you had a chance to talk some more if you wanted to.
Oh, yeah. I'm like chock full of energy, but it's kind of all transferring because I'm like eagerly awaiting the One Piece live action. It drops at midnight. So.
Okay. Yeah. And that's about 4 hours for you?
Oh yeah, I'm on the coast, Pacific.
AFK, my friend. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You can't leave. you can't leave yet.
I get up super early though. I'm sorry.
No. No. You can go, but I've got to share. Sadly, one more image with you.
Oh no, don't.
Okay, I won't then.
No, but now you have to.
All right. Well, here you go. Here you go, my friend. It's come on now, dang it.
The suspense.
The suspense. Come on, dang it, Mark.
So while we're waiting,
I know,
man, have you been to the largest battlefield in Florida?
Which one?
Disney World?
Battle of Olustee.
Olustee, yes. Yeah. Actually, yes. Because there's actually a couple battles. There's Natural Bridge over near Tallahassee. There was also Fort Pickens over in Pensacola Bay. But yeah, Olustee, yeah, we've been there a couple times. Actually, we went there a few times for homeschool days when they did it. They do a reenactment and stuff, and we got to see camp life and stuff like that. But yeah, absolutely. It's neat, but it's a neat place to go. Here you go, AFK.
Oh, is that like burnt meringue on top?
It's spumani baked Alaska.
Ugh, that's so mean. Okay, please tell me there's a recipe on the page that picture is on, because if not, that's a tragedy.
It says taste of home, so I'm sure there's a recipe for you.
Oof. All right. Well, this will definitely be a nice dream tonight.
Exactly. Well, you know what? Hopefully that you can go out on a good note and rest well with that, my friend. So.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Have a great evening, everybody.
You too. And everybody go follow AFK over on Twitch and subscribe to the channel over AFK Bard on YouTube also. JT, if you can drop the link for me real quick, I appreciate it.
Sure.
But AFK, you want to say anything else too before you go?
Well, you don't really have to worry about Twitch. I'm not really active on there at the moment. I'm just disapproving of some of their choices recently.
I got you.
But otherwise, thanks.
Hey,
That's
and
all good.
congratulations on reaching over 700 on the YouTube side, though.
Oh yeah, thank you. Kind of sneaks up.
Yes, it does. It does.
It's all about not watching the water boil.
I know that's a hard thing to avoid for some people. Sometimes I have that habit, so it's like it drives the wife crazy. She's like, "Stop! It'll be there." Quit. It's like the harder you stare at the water, trying to make it boil faster. Did that the other night, trying to boil a pot of water for spaghetti. It's like it's going to do it when it does it. It's not going to speed it up.
You add a pinch of salt into the water, just a pinch.
Okay, just a pinch. I'll remember that for the future. I'll remember that for future. And Jeremy says later to you, okay.
All right. Bye, Jeremy. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. And yeah, like I said,
Bye.
make sure to check AFK Bard on YouTube. Yes. All right. So now look at that wonderful thing that we've got. Hold on one second. We have a mutual friend that's communicating with me. I was inviting him on, but we may not be able to hook up tonight. But hey, back to this to the sporting things. Did we cover the beats question enough about rivalries or any other comments that y'all think about rivalries? What makes a good rivalry, or do they form more naturally, or because like I was saying, I think sometimes your rivalries change over time, naturally, and depends on which generation. But then there's some rivalries, I think, like Texas, Oklahoma, you're going to have one rival the whole time, no matter what.
Yeah, that was an interesting question. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. You're good.
Okay,
You're coming through good.
What makes a rivalry is kind of an interesting question because when you look at it in terms of college football, which has some of the oldest rivalries in the U.S., some of it's definitely geographic, which I think B from O is asking if that was one of the elements. Michigan, Ohio State, they're not that close from back in the day. So you can say, no, that really doesn't count. But on the other hand, Michigan State, they're an hour bus ride apart. So you definitely could get some, but for every one that there is, there's probably 10 that aren't. So I think sometimes the answer is yes. Other times, no. I think if you look at the Michigan State example, Michigan tried to keep Michigan Agricultural College before it was Michigan State University out of the Big Ten because they did not want the recruiting competition from an in-conference rival in their state. And that's a big advantage for teams like Iowa, Wisconsin, Ohio State. So they only have one team to compete with for those, hometown recruits.
Right.
That creates a rivalry from day one because they didn't want you in. And, so there's definitely other elements like that. Now you get into some of these other rivalries. I don't know, Dabman, too much about it. You know way more, but like Alabama and what say Auburn would be one. I don't know the history behind that one. Geography again, they're in the area, but they're not super close.
Yeah, Alabama, Auburn. I'm going to have to defer to a few people coming up. I know that my guest this next week's OC Dobbins, who's an Alabama fan. We'll talk to him about that. And B from O and Small Time Republicans due to come up in the next few weeks. So we'll have Auburn perspective on things. So I'll try to remember to ask them about that and how the rivalry happened, how it started. It's definitely, some of them date back to even the 1800s in some cases. And that's what was interesting last year. I found out with Auburn, Georgia, was that's when they dated a long time back, much earlier than Florida, Georgia. It's just, it's interesting. Like I said, a matter of perspective. It was eye-opening to have somebody younger look at a team as a rival than I did. But one of the things that also affects recruit, and I hope B from O still here too, that does affect I think the on the field rivalry between the players is so many times these schools are recruiting against the same players. These players a lot of times have played in high school against each other already. Like your Floridas and Florida States are recruiting for players out of Miami. Those type of things, and when you got recruits, it's the on the field rivalry has started even in high school. So and then a lot of times they go into college, looking forward to playing against their opponents or even looking forward to playing against teammates. So that's
Right.
another thing that I just thought about that that does affect the rivalries that we don't necessarily think of.
And I think there are probably the two strongest things outside of what you just mentioned, because I think you definitely have to take all that into account. Is one, what's the record between the two teams? Because if you get back and forth, and it's the decider on who goes to the playoffs or a bowl game or wins the championship, oh yeah, you're going to get a rivalry there.
Mm-hmm.
If it becomes unbalanced over 20 years, you can kind of get rid of that because one team is just so much clearly better than the other.
Mm-hmm.
But you get an enduring, close, back and forth battle. That's where they start. But I think a lot of times it's political too, right? One
Mm-hmm.
state against each other. The Michigan-Ohio State rivalry is bitter. Um, People don't know, Michigan and Ohio actually fought a war against each other. A small one, very, very, very small, a few skirmishes, but it was, I mean, people call it a war. And
Really?
oh yeah, yeah. So this is going on a big tangent, but back after the Louisiana Purchase, when Michigan was still basically a wilderness, but the United States had it, and Ohio was just right on the cusp of statehood, and then they became a state. The main thoroughway was canals into the interior of the U.S. So, how do you get off of Lake Erie? Well, you take rivers up through Toledo. And depending on how you drew it, Michigan wanted Toledo and Ohio wanted Toledo because that was the economic lifeline for the whole region. And so
Hmm.
there was fighting involved over that. Now, at the time, Ohio had a claim on what is now the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. So, how it eventually ended up was Michigan got the Upper Peninsula, which became the state shape that you see today, and Ohio retained Toledo. And who won that war and who got the better deal? Two states are still not going to agree when you ask people from that. I'm obviously biased on
Mm.
that. But anyway, so you take something like that in Michigan and Ohio, still have that tension or that rivalry today, right? So the football teams are just a continuation of that. So you get politics or real world opponents into that.
Yeah.
So
I'm bringing up a map of Michigan because you got Wisconsin over there with our great friends in Wisconsin. So,
and similarly, NFL with
but
the
so
Green
so
Bay and the Vikings.
right. So so Michigan and Ohio. So which part were they fighting over?
Are you bringing it up on the screen here?
Oh shoot, yeah, I tried to. I'm looking at it over here. I'm looking at it over here. Can I come on? Yeah, there we
There we
go.
go.
I can
Okay, so
make it a larger if we need to.
yeah. So when I mean the Upper Peninsula, you can see it labeled up there in red,
Right.
but that
Yeah.
borders Wisconsin, and
Right.
that will take you several hours to drive from the eastern end to the western end. Tons of wood, iron ore, rare earth metals, that type of thing, fish resource, all kinds of stuff up there. Okay, but very remote even to this day. You go all the way south on the
Mm-hmm.
map here. You see
Mm-hmm.
Indiana and Ohio.
Right.
Um, Toledo is just over that green line. The Toledo area is, you know, from Lake Erie down to about the top of that word Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
and it is right there in the water. So when you drive down 75, which goes from actually it goes from the Upper Peninsula in Michigan all the way down to Miami,
Mm-hmm.
to the center of Michigan there. But 75 will go right through Toledo, and as soon as you get over that Michigan border, it is Toledo.
Okay.
So if that tells you, it is right on the border right there, and it's on the lake, and there's rivers through there, and industrialized kind of Rust Belt town or city rather. So um,
So again, how did they? Okay, now that I see the map and I can look at it, so which part did they fight over? What was the whole purpose of them fighting against each other?
so
The
what you
city of
don't
Toledo.
see from
Well,
Ohio
hold on,
is
hold on. Let me bring this down. Say, let me bring up a better map. Let me bring a map
okay.
that because since you mentioned that. Uh, uh, let me see if I can find something that's actually got some of Ohio in it. Let me see if this map might be better. Crap. All right. Sorry. That's.
If you look at the Toledo War,
Mm-hmm.
it'll show you the portion. I mean, it's kind of zoomed in, but you can see the
Oh,
portion that they fought over.
okay. Oh my gosh. All right. So anyway. Uh, let me bring that up. Whoopa, you still with us?
Yeah, I mean,
Just making sure you're with us. See, coming into some cool stuff tonight. Yeah, there's actually a historical marker too.
Oh yeah, President Andrew Jackson had to step in
Oh my God,
on the
we're back to
matter.
Andrew Jackson.
Yeah,
Where's
we are.
Snortopoopas? Oh my gosh, Snortopoopas was only here. All right, so anyway, all right, this not the best map, but maybe so. The Upper Peninsula had nothing to do with this because that's Wisconsin, right?
So
All right.
Wisconsin was a territory at that point. In
Mm-hmm.
Michigan, let's see what kind of map you have here. Ohio was, well, Ohio had a claim, but I wouldn't really say it was theirs at that point. I mean, someone would probably come in and correct me eventually on that, but um, the Upper Peninsula was basically given to Michigan to say, okay, can you give up the Toledo Strip already and end the fighting? So they
Mm-hmm.
got kind of bought off by that. But if you're thinking about the geography of the area, cities like Ann Arbor or Detroit
Mm-hmm.
were much closer, and Detroit had a military presence.
There we go.
Okay,
Finally.
so here you go. So this red area
Mm-hmm.
in dispute was called the Toledo Strip. And that's it. That's literally all they were fighting over. But if you're trying to think of the big cities in Ohio at that point,
Mm-hmm.
you really don't have any until you get all the way to the eastern side with Cleveland over there in
Okay.
Cuyahoga County, right? So that
Oh,
was
right.
that.
Cuyahoga's there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that thin strip right there,
Mm-hmm.
you can see Lucas County right
Mm-hmm.
there. That's where the river from the bay comes in off of Lake Erie. So if they could control that stretch, they could
Mm-hmm.
control that river, which unlocked all of northwestern Indiana, northwestern Ohio, northeastern Indiana, and then the southern parts of Michigan.
Hmm.
Um, so
That is interesting. See, because we all know, especially back then, as I've talked about some of our Civil War stuff, rivers were a main mode of transportation. If you can control rivers, you can control supply lines and everything, like we talked
right.
about in the Civil War. The Brown Water Navies, you can put a stranglehold, and like in that case, I mean, who controls the river controls the trade that's going on back then, because your main
Mm-hmm.
methods were rail, which was being developed, and waterways. So,
And if you look on the map on the Michigan side, you see Monroe County right there.
right
And then
there.
you look up and you see Wayne County. Wayne County is where Detroit is in the Detroit
Mhm.
River. So you had forts there to stop, British incursions, or the first forts for French,
Mhm.
going through that kind of a background. But you had a sizable amount of military presence that could come down and try to give threat to that. And then you also have Cleveland that could sail across Lake Erie volatile situation in Washington D.C. back then was a long way away.
Oh yeah,
So,
you couldn't just communicate by telephone.
no, because this
that-
was in the war unofficially ended in 1836.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
A telegraph might not even been around back then, because when was telegraph? Was telegraph invented? So
I think it was after. I think it was after, but
yeah.
So anyway, so you think about all that, and it's no surprise that University of Michigan and quote unquote the Ohio State University.
Oh, you're
don't
so
like
respectful. You are so respectful. You use the word "the" in front of it, so because I know they're sensitive about that.
Oh, yeah, well, I'll be respectful now, but we'll wait till the football stream, right? So.
Yes, exactly. Let it all fly out. Well, apparently, one of the most successful of the visual telegraphs was a semaphore developed in France by the Shop brothers in 1791. So the beginning of electric telegraph. I'm trying to figure out. It looks like 1837. British inventors Cook and Wheatstone obtained a patent on a telegraph system, employed 6 wires and actuated 5 needle pointers. Oh wow! So it's definitely the 1830s. It's before the Civil War, so that it's just fascinating to see the time that it happened. So the system. Let's see. Apparently, Alfred Morse Vail made many contributes to the Morse code. Looks like first demonstration of the system by Morse was conducted for his friends at the workplace in 1837. 1843, Morse obtained a financial support from the U.S. government and built a demonstration telegraph 35 miles long between Washington and Baltimore. The system was completed public use initiated on May 24th, 1844 with the transmission of the message, "What hath God wrought?" And this according to Britannica.com. So there you go with it. So the war ended 1837.
1836.
1836. Okay, well, see. Yep.
And they call it a war, but there was one casualty. So,
oh yeah.
Not to make light of one casualty, but they would fire shots into the air. They would arrest people who would submit to the mayor of the town from the Ohio charter versus the Michigan charter. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, hey, the things we learn, the things we do.
So yeah, that's how sports rivalries come about in some cases, But in modern times, I don't think Georgia and Alabama have ever fought each other.
No. Well, you laughed about the one casualty there. At the bombardment of Fort Sumter that started the Civil War. There was no there was like one wounded, but
right.
It didn't really have anybody killed till there was a cannon fire. Actually, the bombardment killed a mule, and when they were pulling down the colors, there was a cannon misfire that killed one of the Union soldiers. So we also had a fort down south called Fort McAllister, which was an earthen fort. Apparently, the Union bombardment on one of the battles managed to just kill the camp mascot. Tomcat is what they called him. So, but yeah, it's interesting things with those. Well, thanks. That's nice to know about JT Kirk. Wow, 2 states that fought a war, and even everybody's favorite president had to get involved with it. So, and Jess is out here saying now with Fortnite released a maintenance patch on PC, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series, and Android to address stability. You'll be able to download the patch before launching your game. Okay, I guess that means I need to do that before
I don't know when it went out, but I must already have it.
See, I have auto updates, but they don't always load, which is kind of frustrating. So it just depends with it. So, but yeah, so let's go. And hey, Whoopa.
Yes.
Since this week starts the real college football season in earnest, what games are you looking forward to this week? Anything in the Big 12?
Well, I am working. It's a real big game. A lot of college football playoff implications that I'm working. It's the Citadel versus Georgia Southern, so that'll be interesting.
Oh gosh.
I hope it's a
I
good
saw
game.
Georgia.
I gotta watch it.
I saw Georgia Southern many years ago. So I saw Georgia Southern many years ago. It was really cool. When what the hell? Wait a second. I'm gonna jump the shark on this one though. Bear with me a second. So Whoopa, I apologize because I apologize for this. We'll get back to Big 12 football in just a second, but I am floored. I'm stunned because this is both of you guys. This truly is both of you guys.
Okay.
Because Whoopa used to be you, and now I'm just trying to get this video to the right point. For y'all to see what I'm about to see. I'm stunned, folks. I'm really stunned with this. Let me pull this comment down real quick, though. Let me close that and pull this down. Okay, you guys are not going to bother. We have now hit a dab man first. We talked about soccer earlier and stuff like that. We are now going to bring up another sport that is affected, has some tie to an old Big 12 school that's now a Big 10 school. It is the University of Nebraska, who just set a record for women's sports attendance. Nebraska volleyball sets world record for women's sports attendance. 92,003 fans as they took on Nebraska, Omaha.
Wow.
Look, because you can see back there, they're obviously at the football field. The volleyball court's outside. It's like, oh my God, this just like is this real? It looks like it is real. I'm just trying to see this stuff. Hey, oh my goodness, folks, look at that crowd though. That's football stadium, yeah. And yeah, I've not forgotten Focky. I've not forgotten Focky. You and Stunning to get together
They
on your stuff.
built a stadium big enough for a Focky crowd,
No, exactly.
That's the real problem.
True.
Exactly. But God, can you guys, this is a former Big 12 school, a current Big 10 school. I actually think it's kind of cool to me. I will say I like watching women's sports. I think a lot of times the women's play a lot of these games a lot better than the men do, in terms of the competitive balance between the two. When they each other, very spirited too. But this is a kind of an interesting thing. Why not? You guys know with hockey, you talk about hockey itself. They have a couple games a year where they play it outdoors.
Yep. We got a few outdoor games usually.
Now,
I'm trying to remember. I know there's some big hockey tournaments where they'll play at other venues.
They filled the big house one.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, but I was trying to remember how long ago that was.
That was one
Big
of the
house
first
is
winter classics, I think.
plus.
Or was it a Michigan game? Michigan hockey game? Because I know they get some.
Was it a university or was it an NHL game?
I think now that I mentioned, I think because Michigan had a really big outdoor game that I think went to overtime, which was can't draw it up better than that.
Yeah, so
I don't particularly pay a lot of attention to college hockey, but there's a lot of neat stuff with it.
Well, we'll finish reading the story here. It's the largest crowd ever to witness a women's sporting event filled Memorial Stadium on Wednesday night. 92,003 fans watched five-time NCAA champion Nebraska Huskers. When are they the Huskers? I thought they were the Cornhuskers.
They are the Cornhuskers.
Well, why did this ESPN guy? Anyway, never mind.
It's probably AI generated. with somebody's
So that-
face put on it.
So they won the first 2 sets in a 3-set sweep. They announced the crowd. Dubbed Volleyball Day in Nebraska, the match was a culmination of months of planning for a program state that have long led the way in enthusiasm for the sport. The crowd is at what is usually the home of Nebraska football, broke the previous world record for women's sports attendance of 91,648, set April 22 in 2022 in Barcelona, Spain, for a Champions League match between FC Barcelona and Wolfsburg. I wonder if Sita's still here. Oh, I know it's late over there, but we got a European soccer reference in here. But it also topped the previous record for a women's event in the U.S., where 90,185 attended a Women's World Cup final between Team USA and China at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California on July 10th, 1999. It was a landmark event for women's athletic in general, and women's soccer in particular, won by the Americans on penalty kicks. Penalty kicks. Back when U.S. women's soccer was much less political and they actually played soccer.
And they won, and they actually won.
They actually won, yeah. So, but you know what I do find interesting with this is, and I'm not going to disparage the thing. Say Nebraska was involved in the previous biggest crowd for an NCAA volleyball match, 18,755 for the championship match between the Huskers and Winter, Wisconsin on December 8th. Hey, where's Lisa? Wisconsin in 2021. Wisconsin also had set the NCAA attendance record for a regular season volleyball match last September, 16,833. So Nebraska wanted to go bigger than that. So, but I will say what is crazy, what I have to say with that is it's wonderful. I think it's cool. It sounds like a gimmick, but it's neat that people turned out for something like that. But here's another part of the article. They said the Memorial Stadium's official capacity is just over 85,000 for football. So actually, this crowd was larger than a Nebraska football game, but that number was, well, when they could win in the old days. But that number was higher for this event because there were seats and standing room on the field itself, so you could put more people in with this arrangement. But I'll be honest though, I think it's a great story, great feel good article. I think, like I said, I love watching women's sports. I promote women's sports. It's a good thing, especially at the college level. But part of me is cynical in a way that, considering football is king, the money generating sport at the NCAA level, how much is this Nebraska trying to get something out there to stay relevant? Because we see what happened in the football program. It's been in the tank for 20 years, 15 years, ever since Tom Osborne retired. They're not relevant. They hired Scott Frost to come back. That was a disaster, boondoggle. So, I mean, what do you think about that?
They suck.
There you yeah.
I think this is really cool for the women's volleyball team. Can they do it again? Well, maybe. We'll see how it goes next year, right? I mean, you just got to get the ball rolling. Nebraska football, I don't see how you're ever going to compete when you're in Nebraska. And part of that reason is, how far do you have to drive for the average recruit? I forget who did a study on this, but if you're in Florida or Texas or California, New York, some of these high density states, you don't have to drive very far to get your 4 or 5 star recruits. You can hit a lot more of them, but the average Nebraska recruit, you gotta drive 800 miles to go get to them because the distances are so vast. You just can't hit. There's a lower pool in your own state, and unless you're going to go hit Florida and some of these other states like every other team, your recruiting job is just that much harder, and you have a smaller pool. So, can you beat up on other teams from the Plain States, some parts of Texas? Sure. Can you be competitive somewhere else? I'm skeptical, and it's and they don't have USC's permanently nice weather all year round.
Right.
They just don't have those advantages that even a place like Ohio State hurts compared to a place like Alabama, because it gets cold at Ohio State. Sorry, Lupa, if I stole your thunder.
No, that's fine. It'll be interesting to see what Matt Rule can do, because he turned around 2 colleges. So if he can't turn around Nebraska, I think it's just not meant to be. I don't, because he went into Temple. Took Temple from. I mean, I say from a nobody to somebody. They were still a nobody, but they took him from a team that wasn't even good in the group of 5 to one of the best teams in a group of 5. And he took Baylor after the whole thing with Art Briles and took them back from a 1-win team to a Big 12 champion, I'm pretty sure. I know we won a Big 12 championship. I gotta remember if those timelines mixed up. But just like going for, building up Temple, who's not exactly known for being a football school, and building back up Baylor after a lot of issues. He's more than proven. So it's kind of the concept of if he can't fix Nebraska, then it's probably, I could be wrong, but I would assume it's probably not the coach's fault at that point. It's just Nebraska doesn't have the power or appeal to make it happen.
No. And, obviously, the biggest thing in sports now is facilities and getting recruits to come to the nightlife, the great facilities and stuff like that. And you could build a Taj Mahal in the middle of Nebraska, but you tell me a player's going to want to go running around Lincoln, or are they going to want to go around South Florida or maybe LA or, even Tuscaloosa, Alabama. You get enough other play. There's so many different competitive factors out there now in recruiting. And sadly, I think it's hurting college sports because, we're putting all this money into all these distractions, all these side facilities and now with the NILs, which is another topic to have to get in another time. It's becoming very difficult to keep up with the other players, the other teams out there, with your recruits. I mean, Florida lost the top-rated quarterback recruit this year because they couldn't do his NIL deal right,
Mm-hmm.
And how are these teams, and touch back to the super conferences now, these almost 20-team mega conferences, how do you stay relevant? I mean, I think JT, like you, Michigan State has had a track record of being good, but they've not had that elite level, like, or at least the recognition national, like the Michigans or the Ohio States. But how does a team like that stay relevant? How do they have a chance going forward? I would even say Florida.
It's not easy. It is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Incredibly difficult. In Michigan State, not even 10 years ago, I went to the first NCAA playoff championship game against the other team from down south with head coach Nick Saban. So,
yes.
And then after that, they dropped off super quick, and we'll take that for our chat another time. But that is the $1 million question, because I think Michigan State definitely could run into the danger of being another Nebraska once you add Big Ten West, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Your Pac teams, your Pac division in there. It's tough, and you could try to hire this coach that's supposed to be this, that, and the other, but why couldn't they hold on to Nick Saban? Because I guarantee if Nick Saban was there, they probably would have done a lot better. But why would you leave a Big Ten school for an SEC school? Well, there's other reasons, other advantages, no matter how big of a Big Ten school you are. The SEC can always, many of those schools can always beat you out.
Yeah, and because he left there for LSU. LSU was historically a pretty good program. Had a history and stuff. Won a national title there, and but didn't have the history of like Alabama or Georgia or some of the others. But I mean, they were known for their football. So, but then again, when he got the first chance to jump from there to go to the NFL, he did. Ended up in Miami with a disaster situation, but then the door opened at Alabama, and you look what happened. So now he's a coach there. It'll never, it'll be his last coaching job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, unless he wants to go. Well, didn't he do a stint in the NFL for like a year?
Yeah, he did. He left LSU, went to the NFL, to the Miami, didn't work out. Then he took the Alabama job.
Mm-hmm. So he could have another crack at the NFL if he really wanted to, but I don't know why he would.
He's almost 70. I don't think he would. Go ahead, Whoopa.
I would say college coaches. I think there's like 2 or 3 that have ever worked out in the NFL. You could even argue about that, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like Pete Carroll.
That's a good point.
Pete Carroll was good. I think Jim Harbaugh, he went to a Super Bowl. Even when he got like fired, it was on an 8-8 season. So I still feel like he did good enough. And then I think there was another one I had in mind, but I don't even remember it. Like, there's very few college coaches who do well in the NFL. And I think it's because partially it's attitude. Was it the Nick Saban thing where he was yelling at someone and the player just said, "I make more than you," and laughed and walked off? It's like the things that they do in college don't necessarily translate to when you're working with grown men who make a lot of money. But it's also just, I think college coaching is just so much more. You've got to focus on the development and the recruiting, not just the coaching. Where in the NFL, the biggest thing is the coaching. Most coaches, they don't do. So if you're like a big name like Belichick, you're essentially the GM. But most coaches are just coaching and yes, developing. But I think that's the thing. You get a lot of college coaches they're the best because they know how to recruit. When you go to the NFL, that doesn't really translate. It's who's the best at the X's and O's. And I think there's a decent amount of coaches in the NCAA who are good because they can recruit, not because they can out game plan people. If you're one of the best recruiters, it doesn't matter if you're just okay at X's and O's because your players are twice as good as the ones you're facing.
Yep.
And one more thing onto that too is you both I think have talked about players and facilities and things like that. Looking at the win record, Nebraska hasn't done anything in the 21st century outside of some division victories, which okay, but some of those weren't like co-division chair like championships and stuff. I mean, it's nothing even at their conference level, which isn't good. And so when you see teams that are winning and winning and winning, and then they drop off and their rival starts winning, kids coming up and growing to teenagers and then the young adult phase, and they start getting calls from these coaching staffs. They don't remember what the hell happened in 1970. They don't really care. That's not going to do it for them. They only care what you've done for them lately. And so if you are an 18-year-old now, well, 5 years ago, if you were 18, you would see a decade of Michigan State just walking all over Michigan.
Yeah.
And or Alabama just crushing everyone, Clemson just crushing everyone. They don't remember Florida State being on top or like Tennessee ruling the roost and all this other kind of stuff. So you have a natural advantage once you start winning to at least just be consistent. Beat your in-conference opponents 3/4 of the time. That's where the rival pulls away. And I don't see Nebraska doing that because they've got no cachet. They've got to start from a way deeper hole than if Wisconsin wants to run at something or even Iowa wants to run at something.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna hit a few more comments real quick, and then we'll look. I might hit one thing, and then we'll try to see about wrapping up. I think Master said Wolfsburg to you, JT Kirk. 300 kilometers from where he comes from the south. On top, they are sponsored by VW. And I do not like to spoil club like RB or Bayern. And last but not least, Niko Kovac, the trainer. Okay.
No.
And I guess you're not a fan of Bayern Munich. Is there a particular reason, or can you describe that?
I am a fan of FC Bayern.
You are a fan. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
I'd call them like the Yankees or the Red Sox of the Bundesliga. So
They are.
okay. Then that's why Master says, "What? Okay, decision you will suffer." Kane. Go ahead, Whoopa.
I know. I very barely follow soccer. I looked into it a bit, and I just know that a friend who's big. He's Dutch. He's a big fan of what are those people called? I totally just forgot. He talks about them all the time. I should remember it. Hold on, let me Google it. Oh, PSV. He's a big PSV fan. He liked the team. He liked Leeds, who are now just got relegated. But he always hates Bayern. It's like because he doesn't like the teams that like always win.
Mm-hmm.
He specifically is a PSV fan because he grew up where everyone was a fan of Ajax, which was like the other big Dutch team. So he's like, I'm gonna be different, which is fair. I can understand. But he was rooting because Bayern almost didn't win the Bundesliga last year, and he was really hoping for it to happen. So that's all I know about that. They seem like the team that everyone roots against, unless you're, because they're the Yankees. But and who likes the Yankees, Chris?
Yeah. Now, I'm going to show one thing real quick in here. Let me bring this up because Jess asked about it, and I saw it. Get your feelings on this, and I might have one more story because since we're together talking college football. Let me see what this. Let's add this one here. Let's see if this one added quicker. But hey, pumpkin spice syrup, natural flavors. Jess, I think this is the one you're talking about, correct? Hey, but yeah.
There's something wrong with that, Dad, man.
Yeah, I don't like that.
What is that?
The syrup should only be one flavor, and that's maple.
Maple. All right. Maple. All right. Well, hey, I'm open to different flavors, but geez, pumpkin. That one I don't know.
I'm a pumpkin spice fiend. I'll get my basic B on any day of the week, but in my syrup,
I'll tell you what. I went to Waffle House today. I don't use any of the syrup. I put butter in it. I wrap it, even the waffles, like I do pancakes. Put bacon there and roll it up.
Oh, okay. I don't like that.
That sounds good.
Oh, yeah, I just like.
I like the.
You like what?
Oh, I just like classic butter syrup,
yeah.
and then you let the syrup soak in a bit before you eat it. That's the important part.
Well, see, I get it crunchy or get it well cooked, and then still like today when the missus buttered it, it was like it was. Oh man, it was really the butter really had melted in very good. She did it good. So
you were at the I thought you said you were at the Waffle House.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. See, that's what I was saying earlier in the show is that's where when there's going to be bad weather or things are bad when the Waffle House is closed because they're like the last ones to close down.
So this is something that we did, which is a lot of fun. So on Friday night, so we got a competition. Everyone has those last place punishments,
right?
For losing their fantasy league. We have one guy, he didn't win a single game last year, which is hilarious. First guy who ever did that. So our last place punishment, at least for now, we used to have a thing, people were supposed to get a fake tattoo, but no one ever did that. So we switched it to 24 hours in the Waffle House. And every time you eat a waffle, it takes an hour off of your time. And other people can help you as well if they're in the league, if they want to. But
wow.
So this guy started at 1 a.m. and I hung out with him for a bit, ate a waffle. I always kind of want to. It almost makes me want to be last, just because I want to see how many waffles I could eat, how much damage I could do.
Oh, that's cool.
I
Yeah.
feel like I could. I feel like I could crush some waffles. I'm a prodigious waffle eater. You know.
You said it was the Waffle House, right?
Yeah, you go to Waffle House just because it's feel like, well, what place isn't going to care that you stay there that long? Probably Waffle House.
No, they don't. They
You-
really don't. I mean, you can sit
you
there,
go to-
get your coffee.
If you go to
all that
IHOP,
stuff.
they're probably going to be like, can you
If
stop
you
that?
don't put too much syrup on those, just give me a glass of water. Yeah, I could probably do 24 of those in an hour. Get out of there pretty
Dang.
quick.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be impressive. That's the problem, though. If I eat them without syrup, it's like, well, I don't want. What's this? I want to enjoy my waffles, and enjoy waffles equals drown them in syrup.
Did I see the Among Us skins yesterday? The Among Us costumes. I presume in Fortnite. No, I didn't. I did not see them, but I'm not. Did I even play yesterday? I think I might have played, but I know I don't. I just a lot is changing with Fortnite that I'm keeping up with. So, one other topic let's hit while we got the two sports experts with us. So, tag this an added tweet. Okay, all right. I'll take a look for that a bit. But hey, listen, we got we talked about realignment, but also there an article has come out about Clay. No pictures on Twitter at Walmart. Yeah. All right. We got 7 of y'all watching us. Thanks for being here. We're going to get back to a little bit of the sports right now. We talked about the realignment issues. There is this article came out from Irving, Texas. As for the first, I'll go with the headline. College football playoff says no format changes until dust settles on realignment. So for the first time since Pac-12 was gutted by realignment, the 10 FBS commissioners and Notre Dame athletic director. Why the hell is Notre Dame allowed to be so damn independent?
I was just going to be really angry about that, so I'm glad you did it for me.
It's like, screw them. Either join a damn conference like everybody else, or you're friggin' whatever. Even
Notre
BYU's
Dame,
joined the conference. Yeah,
Notre Dame is the Darth Maul of
exactly.
yes.
I know. It's like if they had to operate like everybody else. And anyway,
Yeah, why
but
do they
hey,
get a seat at the table?
yeah, exactly. You choose to be an independent, live with it. Otherwise,
they're one school.
Here's my thing is, as a Florida Gator fan, I want to become an independent. Screw the SEC and everybody else. If all it takes is to be independent, pick a weak schedule, just because you're, quote, a big school, hey, why not do it the Notre Dame way? You can pick who you choose and magically lose only one game, 2 games every year, and be up there.
You
At
get
least
all
when you
your
have a decent
games
coach.
on NBC and have
Your own
all
network.
all the color commentary slanted towards you every single time.
Yep. Well, so basically they met for the first time to talk because what's triggered a lot of this is the Pac-12 and the rumors Pac-12. And the article goes on to say if the Pac-12 dissolves in 2024, as many expect, the college football playoff could change how it chooses team in the expanded 12-team format, also beginning in 2024. So this year, 2023, is the last year of the 4 teams, the top 4 of the polls or whatever, with the computers and the committee. So starting next year, you'll have 1 less major conference and you'll have 8 more teams. The current model, as it exists right now, takes the 6 highest ranked conference champions plus the next 6 highest ranked teams, which allows for 5 Power 5 conference champions plus 1 group of 5 champion. If the Pac-12 doesn't exist, though, the CFP is considering changing the criteria to the 5 highest ranked conference champions plus the next 7 highest ranked teams. So then they also discuss option of 12 at-large teams. So basically, they made no major decisions, but they're waiting to see what happens to the 4 remaining Pac-12 teams: Cal, Stanford, Washington State, Oregon State, and oh my God, this is not stopped. The article goes on to say the ACC is expected to decide soon on potentially adding Cal, Stanford, and SMU. Recently,
Why
there was a vote.
SMU?
Yeah, I was just going
I
to say,
saw
why
another.
SMU?
Well, let's see if the article goes on to talk about it. Because there was an article on Pardon the Interruption about that, about SMU. Well, probably because this. Remember, there was a vote a couple weeks ago to add Cal and Stanford, but 4 schools in the ACC voted against it. FSU, Clemson, FSU, which has had legal team working on that, getting out of the conference, along with UNC, NC State, and Clemson. Are all voted against it. It came 1 vote short of passing to add those 2 teams. There might be something, I think, with SMU to add in the pony to get people to swing that way. But like in Florida State's case, their problem is a lot of the problem with the way revenue is shared with the existing contract in the conference. So, guess. That's okay, Masters. I'm glad y'all are having comments about hockey and German soccer. That is awesome. These are sheets for fucking up for the. Oh, so basically, with they're going to have to wait till the conference realignment comes up and settles. That is new to me.
Now,
About SMU and ACC.
SMU gets the ACC into the Texas market.
Yeah,
I guess it's about the market, but like,
and the American Athletic Conference commissioner said they should know fairly soon if SMU is going to join the ACC, and they have their own. They even have their own contingency plans.
Like, I guess it gets them into the Texas market, but that's like,
not the way you want to do it.
Well, it's like, oh, we want to get into the Florida market. I know we're gonna get USF.
Right. Yeah.
It's not gonna do it. Like, even that's the Big 12 doing it with with UCF, or I think that the Big 12 doing it with UCF. But that's kind of, first of all, UCF has had some success recently, and second of all, the Big 12 is just taking what they can get. Kind of, I like the Big 12, but
well, it would be like the SEC saying, "I want to go into Big 10 country," and they pick up Toledo.
Yeah.
Or Western Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you want to go in there, you get a top, and SMU is like again, Houston going to the Big 12. That's not a big market, but Houston is a big market, but like they're not a huge team, but they've at least had success. SMU, I guess they were ranked a couple times, but they haven't even won an American championship, let alone a major championship.
Well, and how would they even rank in the state of Texas? I mean, you've got A&M, you've got Baylor, you've got Texas itself,
Houston,
Texas A&M, Houston. They can't.
They might be the 8th best team in their own state.
Yeah, so it's like, I guess you get the market, but you're not really getting the market. TCU too, like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there you go. Yeah, I knew I was forgetting a bunch. Right. So
there's a ton of them, and it's just, yeah.
Well, it's definitely interesting to see. Basically, what scares me with this article, it does say, let's see, Oresco. Okay. The American Athletic Conference Commissioner was quoted as saying about the Power 5 label is all about branding, and the quote is, when we heard Stanford and Cal have no place to go, well, that's not true. They had a place to go. They weren't orphans. It's the idea that there's this desperation now because of the P5 branding, Power 5 branding. The issue of money. It's based on a deal, but guys are willing to go for virtually nothing because they feel the need of that branding, and that they're seeing it play out now. Everybody's trying to get into a Power 5 conference. The teams in the Pac-12 are trying to escape a conference that may be no longer considered Power 5. Then where does everything fall from that?
I do wonder if I think the money aspect matters a lot, but like I think it'll be easier for like a non-Power 5, probably now Power 4 conference to get into the expanded playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
If you do well enough, they're probably going. I feel like you're going to get a shot. Maybe I'm wrong. You never know, but I feel like they'll probably give them a shot. If they do well enough, they're not going to have to worry about it. But I do think like the money,
Mm-hmm.
like you're talking about with Oregon State's operating budget, it's going to be affected there, and that will have some ramifications.
Well, this was the first time the Pac-12 commissioner George Kaliakov was in the same room with his peers since Oregon and Washington decided to join USC and UCLA in the Big Ten, and Arizona State, Utah, and Colorado chose to join the Big 12. He has not spoken publicly since and declined comment about realignment as he hurried past reporters in the meeting room. As he walked briskly away, he smiled and said, "It was good to be in the room again with everybody. Nice to focus on everything in the future." So, and when asked what the future is, he said, "I'm focused on this year. I'm just focused on us winning a national championship." It was just interesting to see because the meeting was scheduled previously to go through the details with expanding the field to 12 teams in time for next season. With recent realignment obviously added to another level to discussion, focus remained on logistics. They decided to continue to provide a $3,000 stipend for each of the 125 players' families to travel to all games in the playoff. They are also moving forward with a company to help manage lodging on all the campuses for first-round games because this new playoff system is supposed to the first round of games is supposed to be on campus sites. So it's just an interesting topic here to see what's going on with this, where really with what's going to happen with college football. With everything else, we talk about conference realignments, we talk about NIL deals, and now the college football playoff system itself. We talk about the bowl games. I mean, Whoopa. I mean, I don't know that your Big 12 has had a natural bowl game rival per se. Like, what I'm thinking historically of all the old bowl games was the Rose Bowl. For however long it's been, Big 12, Big 10, and Pac 12 forever. And that was always those two teams. And it kind of changed in recent years because of now you involving it somewhat in the playoffs and some odd areas having like an Alabama out there playing in the Rose Bowl because of national championship perspectives. But what did that mean? What question, like to you, Jake, really comes down to the pageantry, the tradition of the Rose Bowl was always Big 10, Pac-10, Pac-12. Does that game lose any of its luster now as a game without having the Pac-12 per se?
I think it's been losing its luster for a while. I have a mug from when Michigan State went to the Rose Bowl, and it meant a whole hell of a lot back then. You didn't have the playoff, right? So the playoff took a big knee kick to all the bowl games because no longer were you playing for the bowl game, you were playing for the playoff. And the bowl games always, yeah, it was a huge achievement, but you never got to find the true number one, right? Because you had all these BCS bowls. So you never, that's what the playoff fixed. But the playoffs kind of tarnished that because, kind of a consolation, but you were still a top 10 team to get into that thing, right? So it still was a big deal. If you don't have the Pac, I don't know what is it now, the Pac 6?
Pac 4.
How many teams? Pac 4?
Yeah.
It takes from it. Yeah. It takes away from it for sure. But I think that conference had been waning for quite some time anyway. The quality of opponents.
And that's without even getting into even getting into the whole debate whether the bowl games even matter anymore.
Yeah.
We've had recent years where players continue to opt out, not just the drafting players, just everybody's opting out. You end up with scrub players, not the best of the teams playing it. And now with the quote playoff, it's everything's viewed as not really, it doesn't mean as much anymore. And
And I thought they
Go
could
ahead.
have integrated and sunset some of this before. Um, one, I thought that a lot of these bowl game cities had unfair advantages, which is kind of why they exploded out to like a million bowl games, being hyperbolic, but was it
Right.
32 or 64 bowl games or something like that? I mean, it's like
32, I
every
think.
team gets to go to, every team gets a trophy kind of a thing.
Mhm.
But being in the South and being in the West, I think they had some unfair advantages for certain conferences over others, depending on which one you went to and all this and that. But all that being said, I thought they could have sunset the bowl system by, first of all, having more than 4 teams in playoff with 5 power conferences. Make it
Yeah.
8 teams in to start at least. But be that as it may, you take the BCS bowls and you put those games, you put the 8 teams in there and you start rotating which BCS bowl site gets to host that playoff game.
Yeah.
That way they're almost always neutral site, this and that. And you transition out of the bowl games being meaningless because you're still holding that event, right? And then you could have done it away over time. And I think you would have disarmed a lot of the arguments of the bowl defenders by
Right.
doing
No,
that.
I think a lot of it is with like the BCS Bowl had a few times where it's like, okay, these two played for the national championship, but you feel like other teams were deserving. I mean, like if the current college football playoffs would happen back in the 2000s, Boise State would have been in most of the times. Would have gotten a shot at the very least. And there's stuff like that, but I think that is positive. Like I wanted, there were many times where it's like, man, I want a real. You felt like unsatisfied. Like I feel like this team could have been the best, but they didn't get a shot, or whatnot. But you get a lot of stuff now. The biggest thing was going to a bowl mattered. Now if you get 6 wins, you're in. And I mean both of our teams. I don't know if Michigan State went to a bowl game last year, but like Baylor went to a bowl game, Florida went to a bowl game, and neither of them were particularly good.
Florida, Florida shouldn't even been in the bowl game. They didn't deserve it.
Yeah,
It's
it's
and
like,
then they didn't even show up. So
yeah, they made bowl games. By making bowl games so often, they made them meaningless. And then, the college football playoff takes precedent over everything. I feel like at the very least, what was nice about the bowl, is like it wasn't just the national championship that mattered at that time. It was, if you got invited to a bowl game, it meant something big. And going to the Rose Bowl, even if it wasn't, it's not the big matchup, that still is a huge game for everyone. Now, I don't know if it matters if you go to the Rose Bowl unless it's the site of a playoff game or something like that. So it's just,
bowl games always had the problem though, but that it didn't always mean something to a lot of those teams because the teams that were tied or better in some ways didn't always get to go. I mean, Michigan has a history of getting invited to those bowl games. Even if the tiebreaker they lost to the team that should have gone over them.
Yeah.
Because they have a bigger TV audience.
A number of times that happened at SEC too. Alabama would get chosen over somebody else, based on their size, versus the other schools. Yeah, exactly. It's always been there. I was curious to see from the perspective. It was interesting to hear your feedback though, because at least it's hard to gauge so much from the SEC, but it just seemed like, even if it wasn't for a national title, there still was that pride between the Big Ten and the Pac-10 or 12 with just being invited to that game. You could be an 8-3 team, but you got in there. But hey, our dang season was going to be, the pride was around winning the Rose Bowl against the hated other conference on the other side of the country. At least that's kind of feeling I got from the Southeast. I mean, it could be wrong, but but when that bowl game, it meant something because you just that talk about rivalries. It's a rivalry that sort of happened. It just depended on who you got to play each year.
I think, and I mean, this is just an opinion, but like that Oklahoma Boise State Statue of Liberty, like I think if that happened today, like it wouldn't be as big of a deal. Just because it'd be two teams that are playing that like they're not really playing for something. And this like with the college football playoffs, and maybe this will change with it being expanded. I don't really know. I can't predict the future. But like as of now, if you're not I feel like if you're not the top four teams, that bowl doesn't really mean much. I mean, I got to see Baylor won that New Year's 5 bowl. I don't remember which one it was against Ole Miss, and it's like it's nice, but I didn't care. Like I wasn't like, oh, cool.
Yeah, of course, Ole Miss would say that. Well, we lost our quarterback, or he got broken early in the game, and
which is a fair.
So that. Well, the other thing, the other thing though, look at Tulane beating USC last year, and then this USC quarterback runs his mouth that we weren't there, we didn't care. It's like, I mean, make it all irrelevant. It's just interesting.
Yeah, it's just like, I feel like those bowl games, like they just mattered a lot more to where playing one of those big five mattered a lot. It was a big event, even for like, I mean, how many people watched that OU Boise State game? That was a big, that was, maybe it wasn't around, but maybe it's because I was in the country, in the Big 12 country, but like that was the talk of I don't know, talk of the town, but like people were anticipating that a lot, at least where I was. Like, we were Mizzou country, we weren't OU or Boise State country. We're like, we got to watch that. I don't really hear anyone talking about that besides the college football playoffs anymore.
Nope. No, you don't. No, you don't. Well, folks, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap it up here. We talked a little bit about food, but we'll have to bring on another chill chat and talk more food sometime soon. How's that sound?
Sure.
We did kick the crap out of college football tonight, and that's awesome. So
wherever the force takes us.
Exactly. That's what we do with these things. And see, we still have 6 people with us. Thank you for everybody that came through tonight. We even talk women's college volleyball. So, folks, we talk about it all. We'll keep talking Focky. You keep developing it. I promise you we will talk Focky, plenty of Focky, and anything else that we got that comes up, rugby and everything else, soccer, and, movies and food and all that. But that's the beauty of what we do is we use the force and go with the flow. But with that, let me go ahead and say goodnight to everybody. JT Kirk, thank you for being here. Whoopa Troopa, thanks for being here.
Always great.
Absolutely. Yeah. And JT, if you could put Whoopa's, or either one of you, Whoopa, put your link in the chat if you don't mind, because I can't talk and type at once. I'm not good at multitasking. But hey, remember, we really don't, a lot of the streams coming up next week or so are going to be kind of play by ear, kind of at random. So follow me over Deadman Walking 55 on Twitter to make sure you get the latest for when we go live. But Friday night is our next scheduled stream, Friday night at 8 p.m., where the great Daisy Blossom and I are going to be talking about the great, well, I don't necessarily know so how great it is. It's our least favorite of the bunch. But we will be talking. I'm trying to pull the thumbnail out as I say. We'll be talking about one of the interesting movies that has some debate at all with it. So, where do you think? What do you like? I don't know. Opinions differ. But it's we started last month with Raiders of the Lost Ark on this series of movies, and now we are going to look at the second one in the series, Come on, stupid. Yeah, remind me when we hit the button that I put that it was a bad experience for the delay. I don't think it's my computer because the missus does not have this delay. There we go. All right. Join me Friday night, 8 p.m. Me and Daisy Blossom will talk about Temple of the Doom. So Temple of Doom. Not one of my favorite movies of all time, but it's definitely better than The Village. And
Well, I guess we'll have to hear from you why it's not one of your favorite movies.
Oh, I the other day when I started watching it one time, it was like, yeah, right off the bat. Anyway, I will not surprise that. I will not spoil that, but definitely come watch and listen to us, and we will give credit where credit's due. But hey, we'll be honest and all. And Masters, thank you. An honor to be here. Hope to see everybody then on Friday night. And yeah, thanks to all of us. Thanks to the guests that came on. FK came through a bit. Whoopa and JT being here for so long. We had invited our buddy Hungry Boy, but he's got people doing work nearby that's would have caused a lot of interference and stuff. And hey, we expect you. I'll be back. We actually go look at our shows. Daisy and I talked about the Terminator movies too, since you use that line. But on that note, hope to see y'all Friday. If we don't do a Fortnite stream tonight or tomorrow or some other time, but hey, get the notifications, hit that bell on the YouTube side to know when we go live, but also follow me on Twitter. So you'll see when we definitely hit the live button. But on that note, folks, everybody, thank you very good. Thank you. I can't even talk right. I got to get back to work in the morning, but y'all take care. We'll talk to you later. Bye all.